I think it's day 8 of the inquiry. Might be wrong there. But anyway, welcome to it. Today, well, all this week really, we are going to discuss heritage. But there are a few other things I want to talk about first. But before I do that, the usual announcements. Mobile phones, please, can you switch those to silent? That would be helpful, thank you. And I think the fire practice, if I remember correctly, is Wednesdays, isn't it? Yes, so at 9:15. So if we hear a fire alarm today, it will be the real thing. And we go out one of the fire doors, either side, and we go down the stairs and we congregate out in the council's car park. Is that right? Can everybody manage the stairs? Anybody got any problems with that? No? All right, jolly good, thank you very much. Right, now, I did circulate, I think it was last Monday, just a note saying that I wanted to discuss Stones Farm and various things relating to it, but there are also a few other things I want to talk about. So I want to do that first, and then we'll get on to Stones Farm. So first of all, I've got a hard copy of the Statement of Ground for Archaeology. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that ticks off one of them. Just to remind you that I presume everyone who's interested in this topic has submitted their proofs. They're due today, aren't they? So, well, they will submit them today, I hope.
Yes, that's the plan.
Yeah, no problems with that, I hope. Rebuttals, if there are to be any, 22nd of April.
Yeah.
And I would like, as a matter of urgency, the time estimates.
Yes, you mean for
Archaeology.
Archaeology, and presumably for high...
I'm going to come to highways.
Okay, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, but well, yes, I will. But archaeology, as soon as you can, because we're trying... I mean, I've absolutely no idea how long it's likely to take until I see that.
Understood.
We've got 2 days for it programmed at the moment, so hopefully that'll be enough. All right, so that's archaeology. The ecology evidence, that's going to be heard in week 4. Let me just get... and I just wanted to... Yeah, here we are. Sorry, just bear with me. Right, week 4, here we are. So we've got, from the time estimates, and actually I think it's quite generous actually, the timetable. We've got all week for ecology. I don't think it's going to take all week.
I
would say it's more likely to be 2.5 days, probably.
I think that's spot on. Can I just add something that's relevant to that, just for your information on ecology?
Yeah.
We've reached common ground with Natural England, and we're finalising a further statement of common ground with them at the moment to be submitted any day, in the next couple of days, hopefully. So, yeah, for what that would support your idea that it's not going to be a full week. It's more likely to be, I would agree, two maybe 3 days.
Yeah. So naturally, so are they withdrawing any objections?
As I understand it, they will do. Yeah.
Now, I haven't read all the ecology evidence yet. I'm just reading the applicant's evidence at the moment. But I will, obviously, whatever my recommendation, because it's Secretary of State case, I'll need to do habitats regulations assessment.
Yeah.
Now, I see that we have a shadow HRA, helpfully, in the core documents. But it's quite likely I might have questions about that.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether Mr. Baxter, because I haven't got that far in his evidence, is he actually dealing with the HRA issue?
Well, does he deal with it? I mean, he does address it, but he addresses it in anticipation when he wrote his evidence of being able to achieve common ground, which he has done. So
yeah, but that doesn't help me.
No, I appreciate that. So, but the answer is, if you've got questions, they can be put to him for sure. You know, when he gives his evidence, and it may be that there's a need to update as a consequence of the statement of common ground with Natural England what's in the shadow HRA anyway to accommodate whatever it is that I'm not involved with those discussions at the moment, but whatever they're asking us to do. So it could be that further questions come out of that, but Dr. Baxter can be asked about all of that during the ecology session.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the problem is that obviously until I actually get around to writing the HRN, well, necessarily the appropriate assessment.
Yeah.
Until you get into the real nitty gritty of it, especially with something like this.
Yeah.
The questions, I mean, I can't anticipate them at this stage, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
So it might very well be that I have questions at a later stage.
There's no problem with that.
I will have to, ask those whenever.
You can ask them whenever.
Even after the close of the inquiry.
You can put them to us in writing post-close of the inquiry.
Because, it's such a technical sort of thing, and you can't possibly anticipate it all without going into it in a lot of detail.
Of course.
Anyway,
of course.
Anyway, right. Okay, well, that's fine then. Given that I probably will want to ask some questions anyway on the HRA, then I think probably it might take a bit longer, mightn't it? But what do you think? Then 3 days, you think?
I mean, 3 days, I think is I mean, it's absolutely happy to say 3 days. We can do it, and then I think we're safe.
3, you think?
I think we're safe at 3.
And for of course, because Mr. Bell's not here, it's Mr. Barnes, yes, Mr.
Hello.
Barnes, yes, but you don't know anything about ecology, I'm presuming.
I'm afraid I'm not instructed on that.
No, that's all right, don't worry, that's fine. Well,
it would still allow all of the... Mr. Bell has given, hasn't he, some time estimates?
Yes.
So, I mean, the 3 days would easily...
Yes.
would accommodate all of the time estimates he's given.
Well, I think, this is so unlike sort of the normal inquiries when you just sort of get on with it.
Yeah.
And, move things forward and try and get it done. Yeah. With this, it's a bit different because we're obviously doing it in tranches, which I don't know about anybody else, but I've never done that before.
No, I've never done it before either.
It's quite unusual.
We're breaking new ground.
Breaking new ground. So it will mean, I don't want anybody to think that we're sort of just wasting public time, money and all the rest of it by sometimes only sitting for parts of weeks. But the trouble is that it also means that I can catch up with things. And I'm sure I'm not sitting around in the sunshine, unfortunately,
No,
enjoying myself.
Of course, we're all working on the planning evidence.
We're all
in the
working
background
on
now
it,
as well.
yes. So I think that even if it is a 3-day week, it does. I think everybody can put that time to good use. Is what I'm saying, I think.
Well, we're certainly happy to go along with that approach.
So I'm not sort of pushing to move everything forwards all the time, because apart from the fact that, 12 weeks, some of the advocates and witnesses, like Kent County Council, National Highways, Duchy and so forth, are not necessarily involved in much. They're more in just the planning or the highways or whatever. Yeah. So they can't sort of keep themselves available for 12 weeks.
Of course.
So, we've fixed roughly when highways is going to be, and we've fixed roughly where planning is going to be. So I think it would be unreasonable to move it forward in these circumstances.
That's fine, but I think that makes sense.
My view.
So does that mean, in effect, we're sort of provisionally releasing, as it were, the 2nd of Friday, the 2nd of...
Well, I wouldn't like to say releasing, but if we need it, we'll have it. Yeah. But we might not need to be sitting. I might very well go and do some... It's very useful for me because as I'm here, I can go and do a site visit, look at things that we've discussed.
Thank you.
And that sort of thing. So, that's what I did last time and probably do it again this week, I should think. So talking of this week, actually, again, I would say that with the heritage, we won't need the whole week, I wouldn't have thought. In fact, my thoughts are that we will finish in 2.5 days.
Agreed.
Thursday morning, probably,
think that's
Thursday
right.
lunchtime. What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds about right. You'll have read the evidence and you'll have seen what the differences, such as they are.
Yeah.
I agree. I don't think it's going to be anything like famous last word. I can't believe I'm saying this, but anyway, anything like landscape, which went obviously a bit longer than we'd anticipated,
Well, yes.
but still within timetable though.
Yes.
No, I agree with Mr. Pereira.
So you saw what I had proposed. Do we do the nighttime site visit on Thursday evening?
Yeah,
If that's all right with everybody.
it's fine by us.
So obviously we will need to make the arrangements. Is that all right? Yeah.
We've prepared a route map.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, I'm happy to go anywhere. All we need is someone to drive and a representative probably of the parties involved.
Definitely. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. And you can take me wherever you like, really, to look. But we'll have to discuss what time. If you'd like to get together, make sure you agree the route and what time we're to meet and where. Then we'll need to park somewhere, and then, or maybe we meet. Yeah, we'll need to park somewhere we can all park, and then somebody will take the car on. I think that's the best way. Okay.
We'll chat that through outside.
And then I think Friday probably we won't be sitting, and I might very well go and do some visits and look at some heritage stuff, or might do that on Thursday afternoon. It depends how it works really. Yep. So thank you. Now just moving forward then. So the archaeology then. Do you think that's week 5, isn't it?
Yes.
Archaeology, which I mean I haven't got any. I'm hoping. Obviously, haven't looked at that yet. Yeah, here we are, week 5. So we've got 2 days. Is that about right? Do you think?
I mean, we'll know so much more in about 24 hours on that than we do now. I'd be really surprised if it was any longer than that. So I don't think we need to allow more. But in terms of we're about to see each other's proofs, aren't we, I think, on archaeology?
Yeah, we've got the statement of common ground.
Got the statement of common ground, yeah. Which obviously you'll see an enormous amount is agreed, which is obviously helpful. Yeah. But in terms of what the remaining issues are and exactly how long it's going to take. I mean, I'd originally anticipated we could do archaeology by way of round table, but I just don't know.
I think I'd rather do it.
Fine. I mean, that's fine by us either way.
Well, unless, I mean, the only thing with these... in the agreement, I mean, it's great that everybody agrees, and obviously you've got to try and find common ground. But for me and the Secretary of State, even though things are agreed, I still have to explore them.
Of course.
So it doesn't just mean that just because it's agreed we don't deal with it.
No, not at all. No. I'd anticipated that roundtable might be the most efficient way.
Well, maybe. Let's see.
But we can. But I think 2 days should be fine, given the extent of agreement in the statement of common ground. I suspect we'll be, if it's not round table, we'll be quite focused topics of cross-examination. You said fingers crossed.
All right. Well, anyway, we've got because that's a 3-day week because of the bank holiday. So we've got, as things stand, Wednesday and Thursday.
Yes.
And then we've got the public rights of way RTS.
Yes, of course. I've just been looking at Mr. Pereira. Of course, it's Kent who aren't here, who I should have been looking at for archaeology and for Prow as well.
Yeah, that's true. Well, if they're not here, that's tough luck, isn't it?
I know. No, I think for the Prow session, there's very going to be very little that if anything that's left between us and Kent.
Yeah, but the
third part, obviously, yeah.
5 parishes and action group. I can't remember. You're going to contribute to that, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, when Mr. Young was asking questions of Mrs. Brockhurst, there were a couple of points he raised, weren't there?
Oh, yeah.
Relating to, the change in the environment of the public rights of way and there was something else you raised as well.
There were, I think, as I'd understood it, there was going to be a divvying up between, but we'll see, I mean, when he comes back, but that between the sort of charactery bits, if you like, the charactery visual bits that were more for Mrs. Brockhurst, and the more, if you like, highwaysy bits that would be more of a topic for the round table. But in the end, as I say, so far as Kent goes, I think we're likely to be in agreement with them.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But, you know, that doesn't mean that you don't have to explore it, as you've said. Or the only reason I'm mentioning that is because it seems to me there's a real chance that it's not going to be a full day round table.
Oh, no.
So it might be more like a, you know, 1 to 2 hour round table or something more like that. And if that were the case, it might be possible, but again, we can obviously take a view on this. Don't have to take a view on it now. It might be possible to move that session to the afternoon of Thursday the 8th or something like that, once we've got a better flavour for how long archaeology is going to take.
Okay, that seems sensible, doesn't it? I mean, knowing Mr. Young, he'll have some questions, won't he?
I'm sure he will.
It's not just going to sit there and not say anything.
I can't imagine.
Sure.
Can't imagine that that's a possibility.
Right.
No, I'm sure he'll have some questions.
Okay. Now, moving on to week 6 then. So week 6 is a bit of a light week, I think. So we've got the air quality roundtable session and the draft 106 agreement, first stab at it, but not including highways.
No.
But if we have any extra time, I mean, it might take more than a day to explore the section 106.
Yeah.
It might. So if we have extra time, I suggest we could use that if the air quality one only takes half a day.
Oh, exactly. So we could move. I think we had the 14th from memory was one of the dates that we provisionally actually fixed that to allow people who wanted to.
Oh, we had actually. That's true.
But,
yes, actually.
But on the other hand, there'd be no harm potentially in doing bits of the 106 that at least we could discuss without if there were bits, for example, that just required us and Swale to be here, and we were all here on the afternoon of the 13th, perhaps we could focus on those, and then if there was anything that involved, county or whoever else was coming on the 14th, they could, we could pause. But it would be sensible to try and make some headwind on the 106 on the afternoon of the 13th if we could.
Yeah. Okay. And then we've got a third party, they're fixed. I think the 15th will be more or less a full day.
Yeah.
We have got one person who couldn't speak on the 15th and wants to come on the 16th, so they're going to come on the at the beginning. One of the councillors, I think, was it?
Yeah, we've got.
I think we have some more speakers as well, madam, who want to attend.
For the 16th. Are they going to contact this Parker?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Right, well, so we will be moving into the 16th. I mean, if they can, I'd like to fill up the Thursday first, if we can. And I think we could, if people are going to speak for no more than about a quarter of an hour each, then we can probably, 1, 2, 3, we can probably fit a few, quite a few more in on the Thursday, I think. So anyway, we'll leave that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, so I'm going to move forward now because none of you, apart from me, has got a copy of the draft timetable.
Hot off the
Well,
press.
you're not having it at the moment. But I just wanted to talk about highways.
Yes.
So highways, we've already said, is going to be in week 7 and 8.
Yes.
So the question, first of all, is, it's been programmed in accordance with the original time estimates, and I know that, again, there's been lots of discussion and common ground reached.
Yes.
But again, we do need to be careful that we cover any questions or topics because all of it will have to be explained to the Secretary of State.
Absolutely.
And obviously local people are not subject to the statements of common ground.
Yes.
And they might also have points to raise. So it doesn't mean that we can just sort of gloss over it and not deal with it.
Absolutely. And just to be clear, even though we've, on our side of the room, reached agreement now with Kent and with National Highways, essentially, I was proposing, certainly in chief, when I get to chief of my highways witness, to spend quite a considerable period of time in chief with him, explaining every bit of what's happened, and really to enable you to report that situation to the Secretary of State, even though, as I say, not a lot of it is contentious anymore with Kent and with National Highways. You've still got to report on it, and also, as to state the obvious, but you've already said it, Mr. Bamber, who's the Rule 6 party's highways witness, is not bound by any of those things, and he, no doubt in due course, will be disagreeing with lots of it. So yeah, it will still take some. Highways will still take some time, but obviously not. It won't take the 2 weeks that we'd originally assumed.
No, well, hopefully not.
Hopefully not,
of course, we've got the Duchy of Cornwall as well. They're objecting.
Right.
Yeah. Highways.
I'm not.
I think so. They aren't they? Duchy of Cornwall objecting on highway grounds, I think, aren't they?
They're on the programme, aren't they? Yes, on the 9th of June.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So so they will be. They'll be involved.
They may. Yeah, we'll have to see.
And obviously the 5 parishes. Group,
of course, yeah.
And the action group. In fact, it is. So, are you sharing, Mr. Bamber?
He's a joint witness.
Well, yeah.
Both groups.
So he's hired by you, and we've got our own witness, which is me, doing community on community aspects.
Right. Madam, I understand Mr. Bamber's instructed by the action group, and the intention is that Councillor Bonney will also give some evidence about the community impacts of the highway proposals as well.
So you'll give your evidence separately, Ms. Bonney? Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okie dokes. So, I mean, we have got quite a few participants, don't we?
We do.
And also, I mean, Highways England, Kent County Council. I mean, Highways England. We haven't got anybody from Highways England here, have we?
Not today. Just a reminder that I think it was that they were very keen on doing all of their stuff in the first week.
Yeah, well, that's okay. They're our programme for the moment for the first week, but they've got 3 witnesses. Well,
I think, yeah, you might remember that as Mr. Westmoreland Smith said on day one, he gave you 3 witnesses, as I understood it, on a sort of precautionary basis, i.e., depending on what would end up being agreed, which we know more about now than we did when we opened the inquiry. Those were the 3 that he had. What I don't know is whether they're actually intent. Our understanding from discussions with them is that they'll be submitting a single proof of evidence rather than 3, and that'll be speaking to the matters that have been agreed in the Statement of Common Ground. We'll find out in a few hours.
But as long as they can actually answer questions.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah.
On everything, really.
No disputes there, obviously.
I mean, it might be helpful if they are here, just in case, because...
Well, I think they are intending to come. They're intending... Sorry, I'm just getting... I'm not involved in the conversations with them. They are intending to come, so they'll be here. But just to be clear, I don't think they're into... We'll find out later today, I think, but I don't think they're intending to put in 3 proofs. It'll be 1 proof that covers all of it.
But, I mean... they each cover sort of, particular specialities, if you like. One's modelling and one's consenting procedures. I can talk to you directly if you like. So, how are they going to deal with that? If there are questions then on perhaps the modelling, which maybe Mr. Bamber might, have questions on that, mightn't he? Stuff like that, I mean.
We will...
I'm sure, Ma'am, if you were to request that they
was going to say.
Yeah.
Perhaps we could take that. I mean, obviously we're not acting for them, but we could take that away. We're talking to them.
Yes.
So we could raise your point and just make sure, hope that they've got the right people in the room at the very least to address the full spectrum of evidence they'd originally intended to produce.
Yeah, even if it's just to answer questions.
Exactly. Yeah. We'll pass that on.
Thank you. So, there's quite a lot of players in this topic.
Yes.
Even, regardless of the fact that common ground has been reached. So I think it will probably take longer than a week. I mean, obviously I haven't seen estimates and so forth of time.
Mm-hmm.
But also we've got two other things we're going to do with highways, haven't we? We're going to have a round table session on the highway obligations.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be at least half a day, if not a bit longer.
At least, yeah.
Yeah. And also we're going to, when we went for our walk up, when our trip up Rob Mershon Parish Church, which was very interesting, I have to say, and a bit scary. When we did that, it occurred to me, and I think everybody agreed, that it would be jolly useful if we could have a walkover of the position of the new road. And I think for both the south and the north, actually. And I think Mr. Simons rather foolishly said that it could possibly be pegged out.
Not physically pegged,
Right,
but
okay.
GPS pegged. So we're going to do a detailed sort of mapping exercise
Right, okay.
to enable a proper site visit to be under sort of a linear site visit, as it were.
Well, it wiggles around, doesn't it? It won't be linear,
Yeah,
will it?
there will be areas in the north that are going to get trickier to do. The south is walkable, basically start to finish. Mm-hmm. Areas in the north, in and around actually the Tong conservation area bit that will be, and Stones Farm that we're talking about today, will be trickier to walk. But I think it's just, we can work out a route and do our best so that at least we can see it all.
Yes, okay. Well, I mean, we can certainly walk up to see where the crossing of the railway.
Definitely,
And
do that.
Yes.
You could work out where you could walk the bit near Stones Farm in the green area near Stones Farm. You could do the bit in the Tong conservation area where the road comes through.
You might just have to go in and out.
You might have to You might have to go in and exactly right. So it'll be more like it'll be less direct, but it's still obviously doable.
And obviously then it goes across the fields, doesn't it? Or would go across the fields.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know whether we'll be able to walk across there.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, I mean that'll be obviously it's quite a long walk, but it's
not as long as the other one.
No, that's true.
I mean, it might be because I mean, the other one, if Miss Bonnie's map, your route that you said it was about 10. I don't know if you said miles or kilometres. I hope you said kilometres. But anyway, it's quite a long way. So I'm presuming the route is about that long, isn't it?
6 south and then the north.
6 what miles?
6k for the south.
South and then the north.
Yeah, so it'll be it.
Well, anyway,
full old day of walking.
we might have to do
or two.
Yeah, we might have to do 2 half days. I don't know. Because I mean, it's not just going to be a matter of just striding out. We're going to have to stop and think about levels and that sort of thing, aren't we?
Absolutely.
So,
Would you like to do that? Where in the sequence of your evidence for highways would you like to do that?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, would it be better to do it before the highway evidence or after the highway evidence?
That's the question, and I'm wondering whether, given that I'm wondering whether before might make more sense.
I think that would be our preference as well.
Right.
What about you, Mr. Pereira? What do you think?
I think then it'll definitely help our evidence in chief because it'll all be so much clearer and it'll be fresh in your mind. So yeah, it sounds like we're all happy with before.
Right, okay, so that's going to take possibly 2 half days.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose it could be combined with
What, the
thinking
round
about,
table?
Yeah, I was thinking about, but maybe that's the wrong
Is that
order.
not, yeah, that should be afterwards. I
Okay,
think.
well, it could just be 2 half days, and that's all that happens on those days.
I mean, so the Tuesday and Wednesday, really,
Yeah.
unless they're absolutely pouring down with rain, in which case I
Yeah.
think that will be not very good.
Yeah.
But I was only just a bit worried about. You said that we agreed to have. Who is it we agreed to have at the in week 7?
Weeks. Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's right. It was national. That's right.
Oh, we've put them down as highways
We-
England here.
Oh dear. Right. Yeah. National highways. And
National
Mr. I think it was to do with Mr. Westmoreland Smith's availability.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. because
So,
of that, yeah.
I mean, and his suggestion was, I now remember, that he wanted to do the strategic issues first, so that he could sort of not have to come back in week 2. 'Cause
Well, you might have to. I mean, it's.
yeah.
Is it actually? Well,
Yeah.
I'm going to have to be a bit strict actually.
No,
'Cause we've
I
got
know.
another availability problem as well, which I'm being a bit tough on.
Yeah.
So if people have to come back, it's just too bad, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
But I think if we earmark 3rd and 4th of June, you know, weather permitting, obviously. Yes, 3rd and 4th of June for the site visit. You know, I think the southern one's going to take probably most of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a long. Yeah.
I mean, we might sort of see if we can sort out a comfort stop somewhere,
Absolutely, yes.
and maybe somewhere to. Well, we could always bring sandwiches or something, have a picnic.
You could detour into the into Robnesham Green. It's nice places to
Yes,
stop.
but it's a bit of a detour.
It is a bit of a detour. That's true.
And it's at the top of a hill. But anyway,
And would you also like, as part of that, to go in a little bit to the science park and have a look at that, or review?
yes, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Because also there is food. Yeah, I'm wondering. There is food there,
All right, okay.
but there's a cafe there. But whether or not, I'm trying to think how that would work. It depends on where you start your walk.
Okay,
but,
well,
we'll have a think
let's
about
not worry about that at the moment. But
Yeah.
I would suggest that's a good idea, going into Science Park. I don't know if you think that's a good idea. So let's say that then, and then then, as I say, if the weather is terrible, we're going to have to rearrange it, and we're going to have to hear some evidence, because
Of
I can't
course.
really,
Of course.
you know, just waste a couple of days. But we'll know nearer the time. Is that all right?
Thank you.
Good show. Hang on, let me just find my list now. All right. Right, okay, so I think that's fine. Was there something else? Mr. Warren. Yeah, Mr. Warren. I know, right, I said there was somebody else, didn't want to sort of name them. But Mr. Warren has a bit of a time difficulty as well with appearance.
Right.
I mean, the problem
Very
is it's
busy
not,
guy.
yeah, well, he'll just have to, you know. But the trouble is that it's not just a matter of when they give evidence, it's also if they want to cross-examine
This is the thing, exactly.
other
Yeah.
witnesses.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's going to be impossible if they're only available for, anyway.
Of course.
But we're trying to sort that out at the moment with Mr. Warren, so I'll leave that. Okay, so is there anything else other than Stones Farm?
Other than Stones Farm, I just wanted to give you our working list of things that we have put into the inquiry since we adjourned last time, and just make sure that you've either got it all, or that you're aware of it all, or whatever. Some of them I think have already been uploaded. I'm not sure everything has. Is that all? Can I just give you the list? So the first thing is, we responded to the Kent Wildlife Trust.
Yeah, got that.
That's document I think it's 108.1. Just make sure that's right.
We've got that as a core document, haven't we?
That's in, yeah.
The response, I mean.
Exactly. The original letter is in from the Kent Wildlife Trust, and our response is in as well.
That's 100.8 and 100.8.1.
Exactly. So that's the first one. The second thing is that Mrs. Brockhurst has put in a note on the technical ZTV modelling stuff, as she said. and that I think is in at 100.14. Yeah. Oh no, hang on, isn't it right? No, it's not. It's in at 100.15. Hopefully.
No. Oh yes.
And you'll notice if you scan through it, it's only it's a page and a half or something, but behind it, she's included the updated or corrected figures.
Yeah.
That's that. There's a plan highlighting changes to the red line boundary for the northern scheme, which is document 100.13. That shows areas of amendment around the where the railway is in the north. There is, as you asked for, I think that's why we did it, an overlay plan of the AHLV in respect of the southern scheme, so that you can see how those two things interact, and that is at document 100.14, 100.14, and it's got different areas of different things within the AHLV and percentages of the overall AHLV that are covered by different things.
Okay.
We've put in, on the 1st of April, I'm not sure these are in yet, revised plans of the southern scheme that show the corrected smaller area of the Swans Tree Avenue scheme, which you remember there was a discussion. Anyway, so those are in.
That was pointed out by
It was
Bonnie,
pointed out by Miss Bonnie that the area was wrong. I don't think those have got a number yet. But those we put in on the 1st. We've put in a series of plans at 100.12 and then following 100.12.1, 2, 3, 4. And those are the heritage distance plans that I referred to at the end of our last session that plot each of the, well, not each of the assets, but plot many of the assets and show you how far they are from different parts of the...
Yeah, no doubt we'll be discussing
Exactly, yeah, to be TBD. Archaeology Statement of Common Ground you've mentioned already. There is you might remember that we were asked way back when for early sight, I think it was by Mr. Pereira and his client, for early sight of the Savills report on the commercial market assessment that we would be relying on in some of our economics and employment evidence. That has been produced and on the 1st of April as
I did see that, but we haven't got it as a core doc yet, have we?
I don't think it's got an inquiry document reference yet, but it was sent in on the 1st of April.
We were going to have it as an inquiry document, not a... Sorry.
Or a core document.
No, we're going to have it as a...
Oh, it was a core document.
A core
Sorry.
document.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and I can't remember.
I'm not sure it's got a number yet, but I've just
or
maybe it does.
It has.
It would slot within, if there's a particular section on
For
socio-economics, it would go there.
I think it's already in there.
Fine, okay, I'll
But we
have a
can
look.
check.
And that is there's one more thing that we're intending to print today, and it's not new material, he says, but it really isn't new material. When Dr. Mealy does his evidence in chief, he's got lots and lots of pictures in his proof of evidence. He was wanting to bring it to life a bit by putting some of those pictures on the screen as he speaks to them, each time putting a page reference to where it is in his proof of evidence, so he can make the presentation a bit more engaging. So it would be a slideshow, but it would only be of things, as he will say on each picture, that are actually in his proof of evidence.
If it's nothing new, that's fine.
It's nothing new. So we will print and circulate that later. And that's it, subject to Stones Farm, which was the
There was
last
just
thing.
one other thing, actually, talking about committed developments, that the... I can't remember, 5 parishes or action group raised, and they raised this question of the 8 dwellings at School Lane Backchild.
Yes.
And I think the response was, well, it's very small, so it doesn't really matter. It's not really necessary to show it. But I think it would be quite useful to have it on there, actually.
Then we'll put it on there.
So if you could do that, please.
That we will. We'll take that away.
So that'll have to be another.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have thought that could go. You could just replace the Swansea Avenue amendment.
Yes.
Put it on that one, and then
Submit it as a single plan. We'll add it to
a single plan, and then we won't have the, we can substitute it.
Yeah. So we'll substitute the Swansea Avenue one with one
All
that
right,
shows
everybody?
the two.
Yeah. Happy with that?
Thank you.
Yeah, single set of updated drawings. Right, okay, that's what I thought.
Thank you.
Right, okay. Stones Farm then. Now I see that in my inbox this morning,
Yeah.
the whole load of plans and a note
Yeah.
came in, and it's very late.
I know.
Isn't it?
I know. It's not.
We did raise it last Monday.
I know, we've been-
Council's been very helpful and put stuff in.
I'd not intended that anyone actually has a chance to. Well, if you did have a chance to read it all, that's a bonus.
I couldn't even
but-
open it.
Well, there you go. So what I was intending to do was just to speak through it, talk through it all. We've produced. Town Legal have written a letter that summarises direct answers to your questions from your note.
Mm-hmm.
So I was going to hand around printouts of what they've said, talk through each topic with you, and obviously we can answer what questions we can, answer questions that you've got, and then at least you've got a written record of our responses to each of the questions you've raised in your note. Although I do apologise that you've not had them sooner than last night.
Right, well, I didn't get it last night.
Or even this morning,
I logged on about 9 o'clock this morning. So, but anyway, well, I think it's only fair that everybody should actually have a look and read it. I want to read it before you start talking about it.
No, of course,
so I
of
know
course.
So I'm going to, if you could hand out the stuff, I'm going to adjourn so I can read
Sure.
it.
Can I just ask one thing? You mentioned, I think, the councillor submitted stuff in response to your
Yeah,
note.
Mr. Dugan submitted.
Not sure.
Yeah, you did. It hasn't been distributed.
We've not seen any stuff.
He asked for no more stuff to come in.
Oh, but
And Mr. Dugan said he would have it available if agreed.
oh, right, okay.
We've not seen any stuff. Obviously, we're happy for stuff to be there, to be seen and shared.
It's the Kent drainage comments that you're referring to.
Those we do have. If that was all it was, is that all it was?
The stuff that was, he responded almost immediately when we sent out the stuff. Here we are. And it was copied to everybody.
All right.
Yeah. I don't think it was anything else.
Yeah, the first ones went. Yeah, that started it all.
Fine.
Yeah.
Sorry. That then, if it was copied to us,
I
we
don't
must
think there was
have.
anything else, was there?
No, ma'am, you asked me not to circulate anything more. I did circulate with the applicant directly the County Council drainage comments.
Oh, right. Oh, yes, the drainage. Yeah, that was a different thing though, wasn't it? Drainage.
For
That
Stones
was my
Farm.
query. What was this extra plan doing? Was it?
Yeah.
Well,
All
the
right.
flows were, I think it was a different point, wasn't it?
There are two different drainage things. I was just referring to Stones Farm, and there's an attenuation pond that would be
Oh, right, okay.
in the way of the road. And
Yes.
Kent County Council provided some comments on that the applicant has.
I don't think I've seen that.
Only, ma'am, because you asked me not to circulate anything more.
Yes, well, I'm getting a bit fed up with all this stuff coming in, that's why, probably. No, that's
Oh,
fine.
right.
I'm not
Sorry,
blaming
we've-
you. I'm just saying I haven't seen it. So.
I see. You'll see them in a minute because actually we've appended. Our letter has a number of things appended, and that's one of the things. So everyone's about to see everything.
Right, well, should we see it?
Yeah, absolutely.
being. I haven't managed to download the stuff from the link, so if there's another hard copy, that would be great.
It's all coming your way.
Thank you.
So that's why I'm suggesting we have a little adjournment just to have a look and see what it's all about. Okay, jolly good. Thank you very much. Right, we will now have. You realise that clock is an hour slow, by the way. Well, actually, it's 10:15, so we'll have an early break, but we'll have a bit longer. We'll have until 11 o'clock. All right. Thank you very much. We'll adjourn till then. thank you. But there was some other stuff that has been printed out, which I haven't even
Right.
looked at yet.
Okay.
Which Kate, I don't know. But the first thing I want to do is just to establish what all these documents are, because they're not labelled or numbered or...
No, they're not. No.
Right, so, document 1, is that the plan?
So there is
One's this
document
plan?
1. Hopefully, if it looks like this.
Yeah, that's document 1.
Right. So it's got a at the bottom at the very bottom. You've got to have glasses on to see it. It's Stone Farm proximity plan.
I can't read that, but yes.
Okay, that's what it says, and it's got the yeah. You can obviously it's self-explanatory.
Everybody got that? Everybody, yeah. Right, document 2.
This one is called Drainage Layout Stones Farm Basin.
Oh, I thought that was document 7. No, that's document
Oh, right.
2. Right.
Oh right. Oh
What is
okay.
it, document
Hang on.
2 or 7?
Well, this is the not.
7.
Okay, let's just take a step back.
Yeah, I
Hang
thought it
on.
was.
Right. Let me make sure. Sorry, I thought you were going through them in the order that I'd handed them up, but
Well, document 2 is on page on your note,
yeah.
and it says the plan appended to the section 106 agreement.
Yeah.
What's
So
that?
document 2
Yeah.
is, for those who have the download link, we haven't printed it off. It is a full PDF of the Stones Farm 106, and it
Okay, so that's this thing that's just come in then. That I've
Right.
looked at, yeah.
and that has, among other things, it's got a plan at the back.
It's got plan. So is the whole of? Oh,
It
rightio. That's document 2 anyway. That whole section 106, is it?
to make it hopefully a bit easier, the plan that is in the 106 that we reference
Yes.
is itself the thing that we're calling document 3, and it is also the thing that is extracted in the letter on page 2. So we've got different versions of the same plan.
Well, I seem to have been given a...
Yeah, that one. So that's it. So that is document 3. You'll see that's extracted in the letter, but you've also got it as document 3. That is also, you will see in due course, that appears...
So that's from the 106.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So is the 106 itself document 2 then?
Correct, yeah. Right.
See, this ought to have really all been sorted out, shouldn't it, beforehand?
Yeah.
Really? Right, okay. Document 4, committee report. Where's that?
That is already... That one is... It was been called document 4. It's already a inquiry document because I put it in the other day when I was asking about it. And it is core document 100.6, which is the Stones Farm committee report that we have looked at already, actually, briefly.
Right, okay, fine. Thank you. I've got a document... Have we got... Have we... What... document 5, have we done... Oh, sorry, yeah, 5, yeah. Is design of the landscape buffer approved...
Yeah.
The approved design of it. Where's that? Document 5. Is that this plan that we've got here? Planting plan.
Planting plan, that's it. That's document 5. So that is the, just to be clear, that's the Stones Farm approved planting plan that shows the location of all of things, including the water attenuation pond, etc.
Right. Thank you. Document 6, the appeal decision. We've got that somewhere.
Correct.
haven't we?
Yeah, that's. Yeah, you're right. We've got that. That's
What
in
is
at
it?
30.2.
CD 30.2.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right. So it's land. It's the appeal land west of Church Road, Tong, Sittingbourne.
Mr. Major's decision.
Correct. That's the one.
Rightio. Okay, that's document 6. And we 7 we've already...
7 we've already... No, 7 is the one that I mentioned before. Drainage layout.
Oh, yeah, the drain...
Stones Farm Basin plan.
Hold on a minute. That's document 7. Right, document 8.
Document 8. It is. Document 8 is a copy that I'm hoping of the Kent. Correct. So that is just for clarity for everyone else. It's the Kent County Council comments of the 2nd of April sent to Mr. Dygan. In fact, they are the comments that Mr. Dygan circulated the other day.
So these are the comments on the application site, not Stones Farm.
Correct.
It
does refer.
Application.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's right. It's not. It's in response. You're quite right. Although, as you'll see when you read it, they talk about Stones Farm, but it's a consultation response to the north.
Document 9.
That is.
Oh, is it this?
Exactly. Yeah, that's it. So document 9 is called a countryside gap plan that plots on it a number of different.
The overlap.
It's showing overlap precisely.
So is that all the documents? Then?
That's it.
Yes?
That's it. 2 of them are already in the core documents.
Okay, yes, thank you. Right, okay, I'm with it now, I think. So let's go back then to my questions, shall we? And your
Yes.
notes. So has everybody had a chance to read it as much as you can? Good. So perhaps as I've read it, I can lead this then. So first point, I think we've got that information now. The landscape buffer is shown on this landscaping plan, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And also the attenuation pond. I'm assuming. Oh, that that's interesting. The if you look at the, hang on a minute. Plan document 1. Right?
Yes.
You see the attenuation pond is like a worm, isn't it, really? Quite narrow and sort of squiggly.
No, it's not. That is the...
Right. That's the buffer.
That's the... Exactly, yeah. That's the green bit around the pond.
Right, okay. So that's... Yeah, and that's clear, actually, on document 5. That's what I was going to
Yes.
ask.
1, 2,
Right,
3,
okay.
4, 5. Exactly, yes. You can see the squiggly thing.
Yeah. Okay, so in fact, when we say the road has to, in some way, unless, well, there's 2 options. Either the attenuation pond's moved or the road has to cross it.
Correct.
Would have to cross it. It's actually quite a document 1 implied to me that it was quite a narrow area, but it's actually quite a wide area that it has to cross. Then it would have to cross, isn't it?
Well, I mean yeah.
Well, you can see it on.
You can see what it is, but yes.
But it's a dry pond, isn't it? It's not going to be a lake, or is it going to be a lake?
That's correct. No, I think our understanding is it's dry. But
well, I mean, sometimes attenuation ponds are actually, landscape features as lakes.
Yeah.
I think this one is a dry swale, or whatever you call them, and that it could fill up if there's rain.
It does have water in it. It's actually got a history because when the scheme was originally proposed, it was smaller. And as the residents pointed out to the council, that they didn't believe it was big enough. And a review was done, and an amendment was made to the Stones Farm planning application to enlarge it. So this is now an enlarged scheme to serve the whole of the Stones Farm development, as well as highway drainage. Because at the time, Kent Highways refused to admit that some of the water that came down off the A2 actually ended up in Stones Farm. There's an open gully you can see near the footpath that takes you onto Stones Farm. Thanks, Mum.
Okay. So this has been approved now. Yeah. And you say it's got water in it. It certainly didn't have when I went to have a look at it. But
No, it depends on. It's been really dry. I mean,
Yeah.
as you'll see, the ground is cracked, but it does periodically have water in it. In fact, we had an instance of when it was being constructed, the site was entirely scalped of vegetation, and water poured across because it's on a hill, down the site into the attenuation pond and straight into the stream, and it was like a waterfall.
all right. So it's got a connection to the stream by the look of it.
It has yes, and actually that was part of the review that was undertaken by the council's consultant at the request of the parish councils and the local community, was about the adequacy of the outlet valve. And when the site was scalped by the contractors of all vegetation, we had to call in the EA, who insisted that the water flow was reduced immediately and bunding was put in place during construction because bunding hadn't been put in place. But as a result, they've looked at the outlet valve and they've had to moderate the flow.
I see. Okay. Righty-ho. Thank you very much. Right. Thank you. Okay. Anybody want to say any more about question 1? No? Okay. Question 2, an explanation of the Stones Farm development would be helpful. Well, I think I've got that clear now. In that the development, Mr. Dugan, goes right up to the right up to the railway line. Well, not up to the railway line, but the reserved area for the road, doesn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Well, actually, no, sorry, it does. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong bit. It does go right up to the railway line. Yes, doesn't it?
Yes, it goes up to the railway line.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Now this Mr. Major's scheme.
Yes.
So I'm still not really very clear about the way it's going to get access. So was it? I mean, obviously it has to get access from that section of the Northern Relief Road, doesn't it? It can't come from Church Road, can it? I think there's a condition saying that. Well, they must, because there's no other access. I don't know if you can help, Mr. Dugan.
Ma'am, so you're talking about the development north of the railway line,
Yes.
and I could call that land west of Church Road,
Yes. Okay.
and access to it comes off Swale Way, and it then travels into that development, essentially following the same path as the Northern Relief Road. Obviously, it's a different development, and the indicative plans for that development didn't show an identical access way to the Northern Relief Road. They have their own version of it, and that leads to parcels of land further to the east, where 2 phases of housing are proposed, with a 3rd and 4th phase in a location that has the potential to conflict with the potential path of the Northern Relief Road.
Yes, I gathered that. But let's just stick to the phase 1 and 2. So am I right in saying then that that development would complete that section of the Northern Relief Road?
But we're in pre-application discussions with the developer at the moment on this very issue.
I thought planning permission had been granted.
It's for the reserved matters.
Yeah, but it's got to have had an access, surely.
Yes, and it's just the Kent County Council Highway Department are discussing with the applicant what sort of road should it be. Should it be fit to be used for the Northern Relief Road, or would it be something of a lesser standard?
Well, but there wouldn't be enough space to have 2 roads, would there, in that section?
No, there wouldn't be 2. It would. I guess that's the ongoing discussions, ma'am, as to whether the access to the Tremport land, the land west of Church Road, should have an access which is almost identical to the Northern Relief Road.
So was the the appeal then was outline, was it?
Yes,
With
outline.
access reserved as well?
Let me check.
Thank you. Unlikely, I would
No,
have thought.
no. It was outlined, but with access, but
Yeah.
except in relation to access. So access was not reserved.
So access must have been approved. Under that scheme, mustn't it?
Yeah, it must.
Yeah.
I'm just going to get the plans to find out what they did.
And I mean, I can't see how they will build something that goes up to Swale Way that follows the same corridor as the Northern Relief Road if it wasn't that section of Northern Relief Road. It would seem a bit of a waste of money, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And also, I don't think it could be done.
Their red line does extend all the way up to Swale Way to the
Yeah, it would have
roundabout.
to, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so what you've just said is correct.
So if it's detailed, I mean, there must have been a detailed route shown.
They've got a route shown illustratively. Must have been a detailed one. I'll just try and find it. Road hierarchy and access.
Sorry, Mr. Dignan, you carry on. You chip in if you've got, if you want to.
I'm just looking for the detail plans. What I'm seeing at the moment are parameter plans for that outline permission, but they're certainly not detailed, as it were.
Because if access was not a reserved matter, it should have been, shouldn't it?
Correct. You're correct. Yeah, there should be detailed plans.
Because I suppose what I'm sort of interested in is, I mean, who owns that land? Is it the applicants, or is it the developers of this other site?
Sorry.
You carry on. You speak.
There's a number of permissions, so there's the first section of the Northern...
Oh yeah, put your microphone on, please. Thank you. Sorry, I can't remember your name.
Ben Gearing, hi there.
Yeah.
So there's a number of permissions that are kind of entwined here. So there's an earlier permission that secures the land that runs from the roundabout on Swale Way to the east.
Yeah.
That's already achieved for an existing section 106, and then this and it's the same landowner as with this current application we're discussing, Mr. Major's decision,
Yeah.
whereby that would secure access to phases 1 and 2.
So
running
they
east
own
to
the
west.
land.
And they own the land, yes. And then there's controls put on that within the planning conditions in 106 for that decision, and discussed in Mr. Major's report.
Okay, so I mean, presumably that would be required to be up to the standard of the Northern Relief Road, would it?
Yes. Oh,
Well, the way that things were put at the time of that inquiry and decision, and the way things were agreed with Kent as Highways Authority at the time, is that land would be safeguarded for the potential Northern Relief Road to come through, and there'd be a decision made as to whether or not the Northern Relief Road was going to be there and whether or not it would be required and that the Church Road Tong scheme would not prejudice the ability to do that in the future.
Well, it would.
Well, it was just, I'm saying it was granted on the basis that it wouldn't, one way or the other. There were conditions.
Are they related to phase 3 and 4? I think they related to the bit south of that roundabout, Mr. Dugan, didn't they? Because there's the roundabout that goes into phase 1 and 2, and then I think 3 and 4 must relate to that section from that roundabout down to the railway line.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
And remembering that it's a search area, so while we know that the applicant's relief road is actually quite linear and would only take up a small amount of phases 3 and 4,
Yeah.
3 and 4 were both safeguarded in case a different decision was made that the relief road would have a slightly different route. So 3 and 4 are prevented from coming forward for a period of 10 years. But if I look at it practically, it may well be in the fullness of time that phase 3 could come forward on its own without affecting the applicant's relief road, for example. But neither phase 3 or 4 could come forward for 10 years.
But I still sort of go back to the point that if access was not a reserve matter, they must have shown something going down there as part of the application, mustn't they?
By down there, do you mean connecting?
The second, going through that bit of phase 3 and 4 land.
Oh, right.
I connect it going up to the roundabout. Yeah.
Southern arm of the roundabout. What did they show?
Yeah. Now they wouldn't have needed to get into 3 and 4. I'm presuming they wouldn't need. You wouldn't just build a bit of road that stopped at the railway. So presumably it was some sort of road that went south from that roundabout and then sort of curved into the site or something. I would think, wouldn't it be something like that?
I think that's right. I can't find on the council's website. Maybe Mr. I can do a bit of a hunt. The detailed highways drawings because we can. There's highways parameters plans are readily retrievable, but it doesn't answer the questions that you're asking.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm presuming then that as Quinn Estates don't own that land, notice was served on the owners of the land.
Yeah.
My main concern with asking all these questions is that if it's not part of up to the standard of the Northern, I mean, supposing they built out that site, because I mean, obviously they've got their outline planning permission, so they're ahead of you, whatever's decided on yours. Supposing they built that out with a connection, it would only have to be a connection, wouldn't it? You know, it's. And what happens if you get in first? You know, if you were granted permission, if you because you've got to build that bit of road early in the development phases. You know, does that allow them access? You know, I can just see all sorts of issues really that ought to be covered.
It's. We may have to do a further note on this question because there's other consents that are relevant that give KCC, as I understand it, the ability to draw down this land if they need to, and it's difficult.
What does that mean?
To acquire it, to use it for the purposes of the Northern Relief Road, but without them here to express what they intend to sort of say in response to the reserve matters or whatever that are going in it that Mr. Dargan said that are being discussed in respect of the northern site, it's a bit tricky. What we could do perhaps is revisit it during the highways session.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking.
And in the meantime, prepare a sort of mini note that just addresses this specific issue about the sort of northern arm of the Northern Relief Road, where there's overlap between the Church Road appeal bit and our scheme, and how those two interrelate. Yeah.
I mean, it's, you know, it could be a matter of time. I mean, you know, one is sort of like worried about what happens if that, you know, any sort of ransom implications. You know, if that's the case, then you have to make sure that's covered in the legal agreements. And also, I wonder whether they would need to be a signatory of the Section 106 agreement.
Yeah.
You are actually including land for the road, which is within their ownership.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a topic for maybe actually to come up in the highways 106 bit
as well. But I'd like to know from Kent County Council how they're going to sort of coordinate it all if they are.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll take that away and try and produce, ideally with them, an agreed position on what the answer is.
Bonnie, did you want to say something?
Only at the end of when you've discussed this particular
not
section.
at all.
Sorry?
Only when you've just finished discussion, this bit is just talking about the northern bit. So if you've
Are you wanting to say something about this section of the road north of the railway?
well, just on the plan, the first one,
Yes.
north of the railway line, there is obviously you've got the shaded pink that says consented.
Yes.
You'll see a white rectangular block that runs parallel to the northern part of the railway line.
Yes.
That is currently got an outstanding application for development as well, you should be aware of, because that also has an issue around access.
All right. Doesn't that go on to Lomas Road?
I think you probably have to read that application.
Right.
Sorry to muddy the waters.
So that's got planning permission for what?
It's in planning at the moment. I'll let Mr. Dwegan speak on that because that's his territory.
So it's still being determined. There are concerns with access off Lomas Road to the extent that that 13-unit development can't be accessed from Lomas Road. It must get its access through the Tremport scheme, the land west of Church Road, under different ownership, and it's a separate 13-unit application still for determination, and its access does not come off Lomas Road.
So it's got to go through phase 3 or 4, does it?
Yeah, that's correct.
So, so how's that going to work? Perhaps we ought to sort of just think about that at some stage as well. Then.
One of the reasons it's still not been determined.
Yeah.
Can I just ask if there's going to be a note on the on these interrelationships and particularly on the mechanisms for land acquisition?
Yeah.
Can I just ask that it mentions how that's dealt with in the viability assessment as well, if there are land acquisition costs, for example?
You mean if land has to be acquired?
Yes. I mean, speaking for myself at the moment, it's not clear what the mechanism is and whether there are any agreements in place for that to be done or whether that's just a commercial negotiation or what. But obviously that's a scheme cost that needs to be reflected somewhere in the viability assessment in an appropriate way.
Right, okay, well I don't know if we can get any further with that at the moment, but we do need, you know, sort of sort it out at some stage, but I think it's not much point in talking about it anymore at the moment. So let's get back to Stones Farm, shall we? So we've done north of the railway. Now this is the implications of the overlap. I understand, thank you, about the open space. That I think the main point is that there's plenty of open space to go around for both schemes. Don't do that with your eyes, please.
Sorry.
Makes me go a bit queasy when you put your eyes up like that.
Didn't mean to. I'm sorry, I was just processing what you were saying, but no, you're quite right. You're quite right. I'll be more attentive to the on the eyes side of it.
Right, okay, yes, so sorry. So I think the main point was that there's plenty of open, because the northern application has an excess of
That's right.
over policy requirements.
That's correct, yeah.
And could he, you know, and obviously there would be access from Stones Farm to get in.
Correct, as does the Stones Farm scheme as well. So everyone was operating on the base of surpluses.
Okay. Mr. Dugan, is that what you understand?
Yes, so just talking about Stones Farm, within the housing itself, they've got, I think, 3 pocket parks and 2 quite generous parks, and they could include like local areas of equipped play. And then you've got the 14, 15 hectares of open land, which is sort of to the east of the buildings. And that, numerically, we actually...
You mean the open land, sorry, that's to the west of the appeal site? Or do you mean the whole lot?
So to the...
well, just looking, do you mean, if you look at document 1, the 14 to 15 hectares, are you just counting the land between the development and the northern application site, that green area, or are you counting?
The whole lot, not just that thin buffer.
Right, okay.
The thin buffer is like a 10 metre wide landscaped area to help shield the development.
Right, okay.
So quantitatively, both for the northern application and for Stones Farm, there's sufficient space. Even if you net out the northern relief road, there's still quantitatively sufficient space for both.
Yeah.
I would also note that the northern application does include a neighbourhood area of equipped play, which is within 600 metres of the Stones Farm development, and future residents of both schemes would be able to benefit from that play facility. So quantitatively, I don't think there's a concern. I think the officers do recognise that if you put a road through the amenity space for a development, it would have a qualitative effect, but quantitatively there's sufficient.
Thank you. And am I right in saying that the countryside gap also includes the local green space, which is the Tong Country Park? In other words, the Tong Country Park is part of the countryside gap. It looked like it to me, but...
So, ma'am, and it is a little confusing. So if I just start with designations,
Yeah.
the borough has important local countryside gaps under policy DM25,
Yeah.
and they really relate to the separation of settlements.
Yeah.
So the area that we're discussing does fall within an important local countryside gap, and I'm talking not where the houses are, but to the right or to the east of the houses.
Yeah.
It's designated, and that designation actually goes all the way to Hempstead Lane.
Yes. That's
Now,
right.
that's
That includes the area that's also designated as local green space.
that's correct, and so whilst it's been labelled Tong Country Park, there isn't a designation within the local plan for country parks.
Yeah.
So I think of it, its label or its name is Tong Country Park, but that doesn't have a formal designation as such. Confusingly, also on the Stones Farm plans, the area of open space to the east of Stone Farm, beyond the buffer, the larger area of about 15 hectares of green space, is called a countryside gap. And what I would just highlight is that is the name of that area, as opposed to, and it differs from the formal local plan designation, which has an important local countryside gap. So,
hang on a minute, you've lost me now. Sorry, where are you getting the term countryside gap as opposed to important countryside gap?
one moment.
Is this on one of the plans?
It is, ma'am. Bear with me one moment.
Yeah, sure.
So,
Oh, we're talking about document 1.
yes, and can you see there's sort of to the right-hand side, you've got the countryside gap and attenuation pond. And just to avoid any confusion, important local countryside gaps are a different thing.
Right, but they do overlap, don't they?
They do overlap, yes.
But all right, so the important countryside gap, which is the DM25 designation, that also includes the local green space, doesn't
Yes, it does.
Yeah, even though the local green space has a different function to the countryside gap function, which is not a countryside designation, it's a separation, a spatial allocation. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Right, everybody happy with that? No, Miss Bonnie, you're not. Right, you carry on. Yeah.
Sorry.
Fine.
So if we look on the latest map number one, I think.
Document one,
Document one,
yes.
sorry. I will get the hang of these numbers.
Write it on.
I will. Where the arm of the Northern Relief Road stretches across the stream and the attenuation pond, there is a white rectangle on the
Yes.
latest map.
Yeah.
So that should be marked out. As you say, the important countryside gap is that whole area under the yellow hatched area and that white rectangle.
Oh, is it? Right.
It's been missed off there. And if you may,
Right, okay, no fair. Well, in fact, actually, the yellow area ought to also have a green wash on it as well.
Right. In that case,
impossible
so that's
to-
what I've just been looking into. I think in that case, this plan needs
Yeah.
to be corrected.
Sorry.
I'd not realised that,
Yeah.
but
Hang on a sec, let's just let it.
sorry, and when we go where it crosses the actual railway line, you've got a sort of a narrow funnel of important countryside gap. It should actually extend across,
Hang on
I
a
think.
minute, sorry, where are you now?
It's the same map, but we're up
Yes.
here
Yeah.
rather than this rectangle
What,
down
you mean
here.
that area?
Yeah, I think
there
bit-
that's
should be the
supposed
gap
to
as
be.
well, should it?
So I think the applicant just probably needs to revisit that in the context of
well, it needs to be. The whole point was to sort of clarify it, and if we've managed
Yeah.
to not clarify it,
But it doesn't include that site
Yes.
to the north of the railway.
No, absolutely not. It's south of the railway, but it's north
So
of the...
it is that white, the two areas of white. land,
Yeah, there
for
need
want
to
of a
be.
better expression.
And whilst we're clarifying,
Yeah.
if I may, I spent a lot of time with the parish council. The A2 as a Roman road, Watling Street, it's nice and straight. As a result of the Stones Farm development, a curve was put in. So the underlying document here is not reflective of the actual situation that we currently have. So if I showed you Google Maps, you'll know as you drive up to Stones Farm, it curves round and
Oh,
you've got some
yes.
residents parking. So what is shown underlying here is incorrect.
Right.
So it doesn't give you a comparable for what the current position is compared to what the proposal is.
Is that where the traffic lights
Yes,
are?
correct.
And then it curves, doesn't it?
That's right.
I see. And that was a result of the Stones Farm development?
Yes, it was dead straight along there until Stones Farm development was implemented.
Just going back to your two white areas, so are you saying they are important countryside gap? DM25, in other words?
Yes, that's correct. So I referred previously, I think, to the latest review. I asked for the document for the latest LUC review that was done for the council on country gaps, just because it clearly showed the overlap between the green spaces and the important countryside gap.
Yeah, but I mean, that also includes that recommends an area to the east, but that's not been approved.
Oh, no,
though,
yeah,
so
I was just using it
wanna
for the...
leave that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think I know what's happened, and it
Yes.
wasn't what I'd intended. I'd wanted this to show the DM25 countryside, important local countryside gap, alongside all the other things, but it doesn't show it. What this shows is the countryside gap, which is the green hatching, the fourth one down in the key.
Yes.
It says the way the key defines it is protected by DS25. I think
It's DM.
DM25. That's the first thing, and then defined by the Stones Farm application. So it's referring to two different things, but actually all that we're showing is the bit of the countryside gap that falls within the Stones Farm red line, and we're not showing yet. Although obviously this plan needs to show, because that was the whole point, needs to show the full extent of the DM25 policy gap.
I think that's what we want to see.
And that's what we want to see. So that will now be done, and will hopefully answer a lot of these
Let's have the road
questions.
alignment correct as well, while we're
Yes, and the corrected road alignment. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
And sorry.
No, go on. No, go on.
I think what those blue lines don't show is the embankments that be required to put that road structure, because it's on a hill and it goes down into a valley, and I know there's discussion later on about various
Well, I
things.
think that will show. I mean, I just
Yeah.
wanted to see the route. I think that will show. In fact, well, we've got some of the landscape plans, haven't we, which show the when we were looking, weren't we, at those sections?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the way obviously it would, well, we'll come to that in a minute, crossing the, yeah, but yeah, it won't be flat like that. But I think, I mean, that presumably will be discussed at the highways.
It will. Yes, it will.
All right. Yeah. But okay, so we're going to have that plan amended then.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I suppose the final thing really is how it relates to the drainage. Now,
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure we were in the note. Can I just ask Mr. Dygan to give an update on what the situation is on ownership and transfer to the council?
Oh, yes, okay.
You go on.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
sure.
Thank you. So at the time the Stones Farm development was consented, there'd been discussion around whether the council may take over some of the country park or the 14 hectares of amenity space.
Right.
So it's not explicit within the committee report, the consent or the section 106, but it was always a thought that the council might do that. That was later firmed up, and there's a deed of novation between the landowner and the council, which is still being progressed at the moment in terms of getting the land transfer. I think there have been delays, particularly around accuracy of plans and getting accurate plans and so forth. But
We can sympathise with that.
the intention is that once the conveyancing, as it were, is resolved, that the country park, or the 15 hectares of land which forms the green space towards the east of the housing on Stones Farm, would be transferred to the council.
And just to be clear, the deed of novation's been completed. It's just it's the transfer where there's a bit of delay, the transfer of the land.
Right, okay, well, I don't claim to understand all the ins and outs, but basically the land isn't yet in the ownership of the council, is that right?
But it's heading that way, and
Yeah.
that's the intention.
Okay, but still, so this plan here, which is the planting plan, which is document 5, one of the, hang on a minute, where's the notes? Document 5, which is this one that's just come, oh, I don't know, have you got a copy of this?
No, right. That's
Have you got another
Sorry.
copy that, is there an electronic one?
There is electronics that have been circulated, but I don't know whether Councillor Bonny's... Have you got... Oh, he's got it. Great.
Yeah, I mean, that's the trouble, isn't it? Anyway, never mind. So, as far as I can understand, the Section 106 agreement relating to Stones Farm, it does include a maintenance and management requirement in it. So, that is a deed which has legal requirements. So you can't just go changing it. And what I don't quite understand is, I mean, the applicant was talking about, well, we could either bridge the water to the attenuation pond, or we could move it. But, you know, that's, I mean, it is not only a legal document, but it has to be, all this approval and stuff has to be done before 200 dwellings are occupied, and I'm presuming that's passed now, isn't it? I don't know, yeah.
It has.
So, you know, how's it all going to work in terms of legally or otherwise? Don't mind who answers it.
Yeah. Just to be, when you say how that's going to... Do you mean... How? Which bit exactly?
Well, I mean, also, I mean, it's complicated by the fact that it sounds as if now the council are going to be owning the land, so which you're going to want to go across. Is that all going to be included in the legal agreement? How's the legal agreement that's been all drawn up and executed? How's that going to be changed to accommodate your road, etc.?
The to answer the last bit, the Stones Farm 106,
Yeah.
which is one of these document number 2, has maintenance obligations, as you've just talked about.
Yeah.
And they relate to landscape areas and open spaces, quote unquote, as defined, capital L, capital A.
Yeah.
And those are defined on page 6 of the 106.
Hold on a minute.
And sorry, you've got.
Can I just get that if I
sure.
can find it? I don't know where it's gone now. Right, hold on. Right, what page are you going on?
Sorry, so it's the one. It's document 2, page
Yes.
6. We're in the definitions.
Right, yeah.
And landscape. Do you have landscaped areas and open spaces?
Yes.
And that is defined, and this is the thing later on in the schedules that are subject to the obligations that you talked about. It's defined as the communal areas, areas of public access, including the equipped play areas and any incidental areas, other than domestic gardens, and other than the area that we're talking about, which is the landscape buffer and countryside gap and detention basin, that are subject to all those things. And then when you see that bit.
Yes.
And then when it comes to Schedule 4, which is, it's on, have you got the, oh dear. It's, I don't know how to, I've got it on PDF. It's Schedule 4, so it is 69 pages in.
Yeah, I've got it.
You've got Schedule 4.
Yeah.
There's a schedule called Landscaped Areas and Open Spaces.
Yeah.
And then this is the schedule that deals with all of the works, the management plans and etc. that management company to do all of that work, and any disposal, transfer of it, costs associated with it, and all of that
You're
stuff.
saying it doesn't relate to this bit of land?
Correct.
Yeah, but there's something, but there must be something that relates to this bit of land, because and I thought there's something to do with 200 houses, occupation thereof.
We don't think that there are any management management works or whatever maintenance obligations in this consent that relate to the countryside gap.
Well, there must be relating to the landscape buffer, mustn't there?
Could Mr. Dygan come in?
Please
Yes.
do. Yeah.
Yes,
No.
assist.
Thank you, ma'am.
I suspect so.
So just looking at the consent itself, there are, at condition 4 of the decision notice, it talks about the open space that we're referring to, where the road would potentially travel through, needing to be put in place prior to the occupation of 200 dwellings. And I do acknowledge that more than 200 dwellings have been occupied. In addition to the Section 106, there is this deed of novation and further discussions, not only in terms of making sure the attenuation pond was fit for purpose, but to ensure that the burden of maintenance, like it's, the council relishes the opportunity to take the space on, but with it comes the cost of maintaining it. And within that deed of variation, there is funding that would be transferred to the council once the transfer has been completed, so that the council's got some funding to maintain that area of open space. Would it be helpful, Mum, if we provided that deed of novation?
What's you got, novation?
If that's what it's called. It's not a Section 106 agreement. Deed of novation.
It's not a 106.
It sits alongside the Section 106.
All right, okay, well, yeah, but it's a similar thing, is it?
It's just a
I've never heard
deed
of
that
it.
changes the effect of the original 106.
Oh, I see, right, okay.
It's like a
Yeah. I've never heard it called that before, but... all right, okay.
I've never heard it called that before.
No, that's fine. Okay, so this is basically so that the council will be responsible for the maintenance and it will be funded by the appellant.
Well, not by the Stones Farm landowner.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Sorry.
Yep,
Not
yeah.
the applicant. Yeah.
No, not the applicant.
No, it's not an appellant. Sorry, it's the Stones Farm people. Yeah. Right. Okay. So I mean, I think it's relevant that it's just how it all ties in together, because, you know, I can't quite understand it at the moment. I suppose that's what I'm saying. Because some of the land that's being funded for and maintained and by the council and funded by the Stones Farm people is actually your open space.
That's right. That's
So
what
what are they saying about that?
there's a what's the word? Not coalescence, but you're right. They converge as shown on our plan.
Yeah.
Which one was it? That's right. I mean, this is a situation where if you recommend and if the Secretary of State grants consent, our consent would have the effect of superseding what's happened at Stones Farm.
Well, I don't know, would it though? Because it's why would it?
It would, just because there's a new planning permission. I mean, it depends on what stage Stones Farm's at, but this is only going to be delivered in reality after Stones Farm is finished. And so you've got Stones Farm that's sitting there developed pursuant to a lawful planning permission and a 106. And then there'd be a further consent. Obviously, the road that we are proposing through the Stones Farm, through the Stones Farm Countryside Gap, it's not showing on any of the Stones Farm plans, even though, of course, it was envisaged at all stages.
Yeah, no, I got that. Yeah.
But it's not shown on their plans. So our new permission, if the Secretary of State decides to grant it, it's not consistent with what's in the Stones Farm plans. We've said that the road can be designed in a way so as to avoid physical changes to any of the Stones Farm, drainage ponds, etc., which we've explained in the town legal letter.
Well, it will be physical changes if the attenuation basins move, won't there?
No, well, if it moves, but what we've said is that, I mean, this will be a question for detailed design, but we're saying that moving it won't be necessary. I mean,
No, you said there's two options. You
There's
could
two
either bridge
options.
it or move it.
That's right. But you're right. If it had to move, then that would be a physical change. But if it's bridged, it's not. And that can and will be a topic of detail if this consent is granted. But yeah, so physically, the road can come through in a way that doesn't require the physical alteration of the attenuation basin, but that will be a discussion to have with the council and with Kent as to how what everyone wants to do about that. And then you will have a single area of land that's subject to, a sequence of planning consents that aren't, the most recent one adds the road, essentially, and the previous one didn't have the road in it.
So
obviously.
would the land, so that bit of overlap land, green land that's being managed by the council then, that would just stay as it is then, would it?
It certainly can stay as it is, yeah. Or, I mean, I don't... Discussion.
I mean, presumably the council might have something to say about that, might they? I don't know.
So obviously the council would take on the land from Stones Farm, and then if the northern application is consented, then obviously the land that the council has taken on to manage as a park would then have consent to have a road put through it. And then there would, as with all situations where a developer is relying on somebody else's land, they would need to talk to the landowners and reach some agreement in order to be able to implement their permission. And it would be a similar situation with the developer north of the railway line. They'll need, if they get consent, they would need to reach agreement with that landowner to implement their permission.
But I thought Quinn Estates was the landowner of that bit of the land, no?
I'm
North of the railway line?
sorry.
Not north of the railway line. I don't know, but I'm talking about this bit of land which is the overlap of the gap, the overlap bit that your council is going to be managing.
That's land that is to be transferred to the council, if I'm
So
understanding
that would be
which
the
bit you're
council
talking
will
about.
own it then.
Yeah.
So just bearing in mind that we're only talking about the extent of the Stones Farm development, not the bit.
The overlap area.
Yeah.
So the council would be the owner of that land, so they would then have to give their permission, would they, for the road to go through it?
That's right. Yeah, or permission, or yes, one way or another, rights would have to exist in order for the road.
So shouldn't that all be included in the section 106 then? Because otherwise, what happens if the council says no, they won't?
I think this is one we are working on this drafting in the 106 at the moment with KCC. So it might be something to. I mean, obviously, this is something that we're going to have to go over at the Highways 106 session.
But I mean, it's more a question of are there clauses in there that actually ensure that the road will be delivered?
Well, I mean, ultimately, yes. Yes, and see previous answer. You need the 106 in front of you to go over this. The idea is, given that the council's going to be the owner in a world where this consent's been granted to deliver the Northern Relief Road in accordance with their own policies, is that it won't be an impediment to delivery to achieve the rights that we require to deliver the road. But obviously, if in the end, notwithstanding everyone's best efforts, it remains not capable of being agreed with the council, then we might need to do something else. But
what do you mean, do something else?
well, Kent have the legal ability to compulsorily acquire the road, the land to deliver the Northern Relief Road.
They've got the money.
Well, yeah, but this is something that I can't get into without Kent being here, because it's them who'd be doing it. It's not us, it's not our position that Swale would require, that we would require any compulsory acquisition, but the power's there. So this is a conversation that we can, I suspect, have best looking at what we've produced on the 106. I mean, if there's going to be a specific Highways 106 bit, this is going to be an important part of that conversation.
Yeah. Did you want to say something, Mr. Pereira?
Well, I'm not going to say anything about the council's position right now, because I don't have explicit instructions on that.
No.
But there's obviously a kind of delivery question,
Yeah.
putting it mildly, or putting it simply rather. And it would be helpful if this was addressed. It seems to me there's the question of the council land, there's then the developer to the north of the railway.
Yeah, I think there's delivery position on both.
Needs to be, yes, there is. And also confirmation about what the position is along the route of the road generally actually would be welcome. Whether the applicant does have either ownership or rights to acquire all that land or not, it would be helpful to know.
What, to know who actually owns
Well,
that?
confirmation at least that there are rights,
land ownership and rights
to acquire.
Yeah, we've been working on all of this with Kent in the background to try and deliver the 106.
Sure, because it's not only
yet before the inquiry.
It's not only a question of delivery and the mechanisms. It also, as I said earlier, goes to potentially to costs and viability.
Sure.
It also, of course, goes to timing, even if there are mechanisms. For you when it comes to planning are going to have to make judgments about when homes might come online and so on, and that's going to impact that decision too.
Yeah.
I think the all of that work is well in train and some of it's completed, but none of it's before the inquiry yet, because we're not at the 106 session with Kent, but we will be, and obviously so we've got to go over these matters then with the. I mean, we've got the team at town who've been working on the 106 with Kent for months, but as I say, there's detailed working that we've not got in front of us at the moment, but won't be too much longer.
Okay. Miss Bonnie, did you want to say something?
Thank you. So there is, I can circulate it, a press release done by Hyde, who are the current owners of Stones Farm, which states that they've gone over 350 homes, so we've well and truly surpassed the 200th hurdle. As you say, there is a planting scheme. I raised this under landscapes because it obviously had a significant impact on the landscapes and open space, with the trisection of the open space of the countryside gap. There is and was, and it will come up during Ecology, things like badgers were moved, and the new badger set is right next to where the new road is going, so I can't really see how the two are compatible. and I can't see how you would move that anywhere else within that site. They've already been moved once. They don't do well moving, shall we say. There is the money set aside, which the community had been in discussion with the council officers as to how it was being managed as an open country park with all the routes that are set out, the litter bins, having a warden and a friends group, etc. So this obviously will have a substantial consequence to the community surrounding that. And the other thing, the attenuation pond. It's not clear to me from the latest set of drawings that we've got as
Which
to
one
what...
are you looking at particularly?
well, if I just look at, say, the overlap of the new road infrastructure... what's that
Document one, you mean?
No, it's the one where it shows the attenuation pond being crossed by the road stroke. Document 7, sorry.
Document 7, hold on a minute. I'm in a bit of a muddle here. Here we are. Yeah, go on.
So the attenuation pond is clearly being crossed here, but the new road structure itself will need attenuation ponds. And I don't see...
Well, are they not in that, on that document 7, those green things? I thought they might be the ponds.
I don't know.
Oh, it does, dry swale, yeah.
And ponds also, the fourth one down. But
Oh yeah, ponds, you're right. So I think they're the what's being proposed.
I don't understand how that will sort out the issue at the top of the hill, the crossing points, etc., or the other part, which is lower down, the newer junction onto the A2, given the geography there, and also that clearly the the current road structure there is incorrect on that drawing too.
Changed, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, and so the attenuation pond is currently managed, my understanding, by a COSA Water on behalf of the estate for Hyde. So it's actually really quite complex as to how that is set up. And then the council obviously taking responsibility for the whole freehold area and the management of the gap. As well, on top of that is the management of that attenuation pond that's existing, as well as any new stuff. So I don't think it's straightforward in any stretch.
No, I think not. Okay. Do you want to say anything more, Mr. Dugan?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Want to say anything more, Mr. Simons?
I don't think so at this stage.
No.
I think the issues that we've talked about that aren't covered in the town legal letter are probably almost all to be covered in probably the highways bit, most of all, probably not exclusively, but in particular the highways bit of our 106 discussion. So we'll have by then the right people in the room from our side anyway to talk about it.
We definitely need Kent County Council.
Oh, I know. Well, no, and we'll have Kent Cat because they'll be here for all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely. So TBD, but no, nothing more at this stage.
I mean, I think this needs to be covered in the evidence as well, so that, you know, questions can be asked and stuff.
Yes. Trying to think. Yeah, maybe it might be picked up in the planning evidence in the end if there's nowhere else.
Well, that's the
to
trouble. What about highways evidence?
The problem is that it could be, but the highways evidence is being lodged today and doesn't go into the detail of these issues that we've discussed. But maybe there'd be an opportunity for supplementaries.
Could I ask that just the question of ownership is just a question of fact, and could I just ask that a note be put in about that? Doesn't need to mention anything about mechanisms or anything else, I suppose, but simply as factual questions.
That can definitely be done because all that information's already available. So yeah, we can do that.
So we'll do that by Friday then. Can we do that? Friday on the ownerships?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah. Great.
By
Thank
Friday lunchtime then, please.
Yeah. So that'll be the factual position on rights and ownership, essentially. Yeah.
The road as a
The road
north
as a
and
whole.
south.
Oh, they're both. Well, it's main. Is it and the south you want?
Well, we're talking about the north, but we're in that way kind of assuming that there isn't an issue.
We've got
questions on the south, so it
information
would
for
be
both,
helpful.
I think. I mean, there's
The
no.
north seems to be a bit of a main problem. Isn't it? Can I just see if there's anything else that? Okay. Right, I think that's probably all that I've got at the moment, you'd be pleased to know. But thanks very much. Well, I think that was quite helpful, hopefully, in raising things that need to be addressed, really. But I think we'll leave it there, shall we? So we're going to... Does anybody want to say anything else before we... on any of those things? No? And so our evening site visit, are we all engaged with that? And something going on in the background to let us know what's going to be going on and where we're meeting and all the rest of it and times. Yeah. Okie dokes. Should we just, we might as well start because it's 12:10, so I think we might as well start with heritage. So it's Miss Soames, isn't it? Are you going to come up here? Yes. So let's just have 5 minutes while you get your bits and pieces sorted out. So we'll just jump till 15:15, please.
That's probably about right. Yeah.
How about doing about an hour for lunch
Sure.
and then convenient time for
Yeah. Okay. I'll keep an eye on the clock at about 1 and see where we are. And yeah, if it. Okay. Right, you're Caroline Soanes.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. And
Afternoon.
it's just, and you've produced a proof of evidence, appendices that are split up in parts. These are all at CD 38.3, and then various decimal places. A summary, and then also a supplementary proof that deals with certain assets that where the applicant's assessment changed from the statement of common ground. Is that right?
Yes, that was when we agreed an updated statement of common ground.
That's right, and we've got 2 statements of common ground. We've got the original one and an updated one. I know you know this, ma'am, but there are people watching and so on as well. And your supplementary evidence also has a short CV attached to it, doesn't it?
Yes, it does at the end, I think.
Thank you. And you set out the scope of your evidence at 1.8 relates to the effect of the proposals on the significance of heritage assets. This is 1.8 of your main proof, having regard to the contribution made by setting to their significance, and then you also refer to the direct effect on the Tong conservation area, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you. Mum, I'm aware that we're here to help you, but we've also got the public watching, so I could ask Ms. Soanes to read her summary. It is rather dry, but I do have some questions after that to deal with certain things. So,
however you wish to do it, I think. Just to give the sort of main flavours of the evidence, and then obviously additional things you want to raise.
fine. Well, let's do it that way. I can understand why Dr. Mealy's decided to make his more exciting. So let's do it though. It's an important issue because we're dealing with statutory listed assets, and we are all aware of the obligations that apply to those. So it is an important issue. So let's take it, please. I'm in your summary, 38.3. Point 1, and perhaps you could start at 1.1, which just gives the background of your involvement.
Sure. So I am a senior built heritage consultant at Place Services, where I've worked for 2 years. It's in fact slightly over that now. I hold a Bachelor of Arts degree in Antiques History and Collecting from Southampton Solent University, a Diploma in Management Studies from Kingston University, a Master of Arts in Gallery Studies from Essex University, and a Master of Science in Historic Conservation from Oxford Brookes University, and I am a full member of the Institute of Historic Building Conservation. I have worked as a heritage consultant for 10 years. I have extensive experience of heritage issues arising from development in both urban and rural settings, and which affects the setting and significance of heritage assets. Do you want me to continue? Yeah. Sorry.
Just carry on. There might be
2 paragraphs, 1.1.
There might be bits to skip over, but
I was initially instructed to provide built heritage advice on both the north and south applications by Matt Dygan of Swale Borough Council in October 2023, and my work to review the development proposals commenced in February 2024, following the applicant's submission of revised information. I provided specialist consultation responses to each of the 2 applications in letters dated 28th May 2024, 6th September 2024 and 20th September 2024. I have visited the sites and surroundings for the purposes of undertaking my assessments, the results of which are described in my proof of evidence. I have read the application documents relevant to my evidence.
Can I just ask you to pause there, actually, because I think as we go through this, we can just deal with some orientation points. There were various assets that were scoped out at the start of the application process, weren't there?
Yes, so the main body of work is the environmental statement provided by the applicants. So they, as I understand it, looked at all of the designated and non-designated heritage assets within a kilometre for both sites, within a kilometre of the red line boundaries, and some assets were scoped out at an early stage and not taken forward for further assessment.
Thank you. And I think just for everyone's note, for the northern scheme, I'm not asking anyone to turn this up, but just to give a note reference, CD 3.2.57, which is the relevant part of the ES, PDF page 31, deals with identifies scoped out assets. And for the southern scheme, CD 9.2.111, there are some plans on pages 33 onwards, and then lists of scoped out assets, PDF page 38 to 39. Okay, and that brings me on to another question before you carry on reading, which is in the light of that material that we've got the scoped out assets, we've then got the assessed assets in the environmental statement. In a nutshell, what's your approach to writing your evidence been? Which assets have you included? To what extent have you reassessed, and so on?
My approach in order to make my initial work sort of manageable, because we're not able to reproduce the entire environmental statement analysis, was to identify assets where the ES had identified any level of harm, or using their ES terminology, adverse impact, and that was anything where they'd identified a negligible level of adverse impact right through to a major level of adverse impact. So that was my own sort of filtering of assets to look at in detail.
Thank you. And a final point before going on. The statement of common ground, if we just talk about the updated one, people will find tables in it, won't they? And those tables cover, for the north and the south, agreed assessment, mm-hmm. and then the assets where there isn't agreement.
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. And the tables also include not only yours and the applicant's view in the evidence, but also the assessment from the environmental statement and Historic England's view where they've expressed one.
Yes, that's correct as well, yeah.
And in those tables, the inspector will see one of the columns, when it refers to the ES, has a title, Non-Technical MPPF Assessment for the ES. Could you just explain briefly what that means? So
the ES has its own assessment methodology, which is not in dispute, that's agreed. But there is a translation of the impacts of the developments into the terminology of the NPPF, which deals with levels of harm to significance. So there's a sort of translation from ES terminology, which I guess you would call the technical assessment, to the NPPF terminology assessment. Okay. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. You'd read both paragraph 1.1s in your summary, I think.
Yes. Good start.
1.2 says that you visited the site and surroundings for the purpose of undertaking your assessments. And 1.3 talks about the statement of common ground, which we've just mentioned. So if you could pick it up from 1.4 in your summary, please.
Sorry. Sorry, I've just got to find my summary again. Apologies. No.
It's CD 38.3.1, if that helps.
It's just moved on my... No, that's not correct either. Sorry, I've got so many things open, it's slid across. I'll just open. Sorry. Might just open it again, apologies. Sorry, so paragraph
1.4, I think, yeah.
So, as agreed in the Heritage Statement of Common Ground, only less than substantial harm is referred to in my proof of evidence. This is broken down into a scale of lowest or very low, actually I should have said there, low, medium or middle, and high, less than substantial harm within this document.
Yeah, and that use of those words to express those grades of less than substantial harm is agreed with Dr. Mealy, I think, isn't it?
Yes, we've used very similar terminology.
Yeah.
Section 4 of my proof outlines the significance and impacts arising from the North application. The significance of One School Lane, the Toll House, Fox Hill, list entry number 1253519, is drawn primarily from its age and architectural and artistic interest as a rural vernacular dwelling of traditional materials and construction, with stylistic influences fashionable at the time of construction. Its setting contributes to its significance through the open grain of the landscape to the southwest and north, its visual prominence on the corner of School Lane, and the surrounding agrarian and green landscape character which pertains to its historic function and architectural interest of the cottage. I consider the development will have an urbanising effect on the character of the setting of the listed building, which will be harmful to its significance. In my opinion, this will be less than substantial harm at the lowest end of the scale.
Could I just interrupt for a moment, please, because it's a question that I was going to ask, and it's used, the term I'm just querying is that you've used it throughout, I think. Could you explain to me what you mean by artistic interest or value, please?
Yes, so architectural and artistic are often used together or interchangeably. So it's the sort of trying to explain it. So the creative sort of aesthetic qualities that are expressed in buildings. So you might consider that to be architectural or artistic. It could be the way it's decorated, it could be the way it's constructed, or the way construction is expressed. So timber frame buildings being a good example, where we often see the timber frame of the construction expressed, and often that was done in a way to give sort of aesthetic effect, and also to convey other messages about status and value and that sort of thing.
So that is something different from architectural value, is it?
As I say, sometimes we sort of use both as a sort of coverall. I suppose artistic could be understood more widely than architectural. So, yeah.
I always understood that, sort of the artistic was when, you might have had a famous painter or author or some connection like that living at the property, or
that might
whatever.
That might be more we'd ascribe to historic value rather than artistic. So
okay,
I may have used it. I sort of used it as a sort of.
Know what you meant, really.
Yeah,
that's fine. Thank you very much.
Turning to the post office, which is list entry 1343896, derives its significance from its age, architectural and artistic interest as a rural vernacular dwelling of traditional materials and construction. The timber frame of the listed building is likely to have evidential interest, providing evidence of 17th century construction techniques and use of materials, as well as adaptation to meet the changing needs of its successive inhabitants and the evolution of building methods and materials. Its setting contributes to its significance through the open grain of the landscape to the southwest and north, its visual prominence and the surrounding agrarian and green landscape character, which pertains to its historic function and architectural interest of the building. I consider the development will have an urbanising effect on the character of the setting of the listed building, which will be harmful to its significance. In my opinion, this will be less than substantial harm at the lowest end of the scale. 35 The Street, list entry number 1115443. And sorry, I should maybe point out that these are properties arranged along the London Road, the A2.
Yeah, we've got photos, haven't we? Of most
Yes,
of
we
them, if
do.
anyone
Yeah,
wants
sorry, we
to
didn't put
follow.
any references in the summary proof. They're more in my main proof of evidence. So yes, you should be able to find those in the figures. So there's 35 the street draws its significance from its age, architectural and artistic interest as a building of traditional materials and construction in a polite architectural style. Its setting contributes to its significance through the open grain of the landscape to the north and the surrounding agrarian and green landscape character, which pertains to its historic function and architectural interest of the building. I consider the development will have an urbanising effect on the character of the setting of the listed building, which will be harmful to its significance. In my opinion, this will be less than substantial harm at the lowest end of the scale. There's then a non-designated heritage asset, which is the former Baptist Chapel, which has a Kent Historic Environment reference TQ96SW1265. And the significance of it is drawn primarily from its age, historic, architectural and artistic interest as a former nonconformist place of worship of traditional materials and construction. The concrete tiled roof detracts from the historic character and appearance of the building and its significance. The setting of the former Baptist Chapel contributes to its significance through the open grain of the landscape to the north and current land use, as well as views north from the asset which connect it to the rural landscape. I consider that the development will have an urbanising effect on the character of the setting of the building to the north, which will represent a low level of harm to its significance. Claxfield Farmhouse, list entry number 1343922, draws its significance primarily from its age and architectural and artistic interest as a rural vernacular dwelling of traditional materials and construction of a type found primarily in Kent and Sussex. The listed building also has evidential interest, providing evidence of 16th century construction techniques and use of materials, as well as adaptation to meet the changing needs of its successive inhabitants and the evolution of building methods and materials. Its setting contributes to its significance through the open landscape character to the south, east and north, which pertains to the surrounding agrarian landscape character and views towards and including the asset, which reveal the historic function and architectural interest of the farmhouse. I consider that the development will have an urbanising effect on the character of the setting and therefore the significance of the listed building. The listed building. I didn't say that, but I do say that now, which will be less than substantial harm at the lowest end of the scale. The significance of Claxfield House, list entry number 1343927, is derived from its age and architectural and artistic interest as a rural dwelling of traditional materials and construction. The timber frame of the listed building also has evidential interest, providing evidence of 17th century construction techniques and use of materials, as well as adaptation to meet the changing needs of its successive inhabitants and the evolution of building methods and materials. Its setting contributes to its significance through the open agrarian landscape character, which allows views from and towards the listed building within an agrarian setting. I consider that the development will have an urbanising effect on the character of the setting of the listed building, which will be harmful to its significance, representing a low level of less than substantial harm.
Can I just ask you to pause there? Because I know later on in your evidence in chief you want to get to some of the assets in more detail, but I think two of the ones you told me you wanted to talk about you've touched on here, which is the post office and Claxfield House, and those are both assets where the difference between you and Dr. Mealy is I think it's no versus low or lowest level, isn't it? And we can also see a theme in the way you've expressed the summary about a change from open, agrarian, rural and so on to urbanising effect, causing, in your view, harm. I just wondered if you could just help the inspector with really just getting to the gist of what the difference is between you and Dr. Mealy on those assets that we're talked about here, and specifically the post office and Claxfield House as kind of examples of the difference. Do you see what I'm asking you?
Yes.
Thank you.
So again, as we said, these are assets along the London Road, the A2, and the post office is representative really of assets at the western end of London Road. Do you want me to take you through some of the...
Yeah, if you could go to some of the visual material and locations, and then we can...
So if we go to paragraph 4.68 of my main proof of evidence, which is 38.3.2, I think.
38.3.2, yeah, 4.68.
Sorry, I'll just have to find that now.
So that's on PDF page 23 and paper page 23. That's where you start with Claxfield House, right?
Yes. So we've talked about the significance. The listed, if I go to paragraph 4.70, so the listed building directly fronts the busy London Road and its principal elevation overlooks the agricultural land to the north. Frognall Farmhouse and Barn can be seen on the horizon in views to the north, and likewise you can see Claxfield House when you look south from Frognall Farmhouse. So the Claxfield House has a garden plot to the rear, it's got a paddock located to the east, and it's in close proximity. There is a large modern industrial warehouse. Oh, sorry, I think I'm mixing up my Claxfield houses, apologies. I'm sorry, that's... I won't talk about that anymore. Sorry.
So would that be Claxfield House rather than Farmhouse?
Yes, the north of Claxfield Farmhouse. Sorry, I think there's been a bit of a mix-up there with bringing in Claxfield Farmhouse where I'm talking about Claxfield House. Apologies.
4.70, you say to the east is located the paddock to the north of Claxfield Farmhouse.
Just to check, I'm so sorry, which one are we... Which is the one?
4.70 of...
We're talking about Claxfield
We're talking about Claxfield House.
Got it. So the Claxfield, I think. And the farmhouse is the one that's to the south, isn't it?
Yes, that's to the south of London Road, and that's a 2-star asset, not a grade 2, which this one is. So, I'll just, if we go to... I mean, I don't know, do you want me to take you through the historic maps, or do you want to focus more on...
Well, as you wish. Whatever you feel is going to help the inspector just understand the gist of the difference between you and Dr. Mealy on how you're judging this change.
From our main differences are in how we consider the setting of the assets, and so Claxfield House, which is the one we're talking about, is located on the south side of the London Road, and I think Dr. Mealy finds no harm because he talks about the intervening distance of the development, whilst I place more emphasis on the contribution of the agrarian landscape to the north to its special interest, bearing in mind the asset overlooks the land beyond the road and there are clear views across to Frognall Farm.
Thank you. And I think the old post office was another one you wanted to mention in that context that you'd also touched on in your summary there.
Yeah, so old post office is dealt with from paragraph 4.16 of my main proof. So So it's a Grade 2 listed building, a two-storey timber framed and weatherboarded house, which has been dated to the 17th century. So the post office is, or the old post office, is located on the north side of the London Road, so it overlooks to the rear land which is within the development site. So I suppose my argument surrounding the inclusion or the finding of harm to assets on the London Road is that they are part of Batchild, which was a linear rural settlement along the London Road. As we know, it was a Roman road, so it's been there for a very long time. And yes, there has been some urbanisation, and obviously the road is a lot busier now, but Batchild, as it was historically, was a linear rural settlement, and the post office still has that connection, and you can appreciate it when you're to the rear of the London Road exploring that area of land in and around the Tom Conservation Area. So to my mind...
So sorry to interrupt. Would you mind turning your microphone on? So
it's gone off, I beg your pardon. Our main differences seem to... Oh, I'm so sorry. having a good morning. The main differences between us are that I think attribute more, perhaps, importance to that rural, what survives of that rural landscape to the north of the London Road, and how that contributes to the significance of this and other buildings which form part of the historic settlement, albeit there's been development in between them, albeit the road is now a lot busier than it was before. So the driving of another road and other development on that land to the north of the London Road, to me, there will be an urbanising effect, and it will change the way in which those assets are experienced. Albeit in some ways in a peripheral sense when we're travelling along the London Road, but when we're experiencing the asset itself, and particularly looking north to the rear, I think that is a consideration.
Thank you. If we go back to your summary then, please. I think we're at the foot of page, last bullet point on page 5.
Yep. Just going to find it again. Sorry, it keeps dropping off my screen. So we then turn to Radfield House and Railings to the forecourt, which is list entry number 1069268. The significance of the designated a heritage asset is drawn primarily from its age and architectural and artistic interest as a rural dwelling of traditional materials and construction, which was updated in the 18th century. The timber frame of the listed building has evidential interest, providing evidence of 16th century construction techniques and use of materials, as well as adaptation to meet the changing needs of its successive inhabitants and the evolution of building methods and materials. Its setting contributes to significance through its verdant garden plot and open landscape setting, which is readily discernible in views towards and including the asset from the north when travelling along London Road. I consider the development will have an urbanising effect on the character of the setting of the listed building, which will be harmful to its significance. In my opinion, this will represent a low level of less than substantial harm to significance. The next asset is Beeches, which is list entry 1121878. The significance of which is drawn primarily from its age and architectural and artistic interest, again as a rural dwelling of traditional materials and construction. Its setting contributes to its significance due to its physical surroundings and visual relationship with Radfield House, so other neighbouring historic heritage assets, Radfield House, Little Radfield House and the Oast House. Its verdant plot and the open grain of the landscape character to the north. It is experienced within an agrarian landscape setting, which provides a visual link to the significance of the house, revealing the historic function and architectural interest of the dwelling. The development will have an urbanising effect on the character of the setting of the listed building, which will be harmful to its significance. In my opinion, this will represent a low level of less than substantial harm to the significance of beaches. Little Radfield, list entry number 1343950, draws its significance primarily from its age and architectural and artistic interest as a rural dwelling of traditional materials and construction, in a polite, classically influenced architectural style. Its setting contributes to significance through its visual relationship with beaches and the east of Radfield House. The open grain of the landscape to the north, which allows views to and from the listed building, which pertain to its agrarian landscape setting. I consider that the development will have an urbanising effect on the character of the setting of the listed building, which will be harmful to its significance, representing a low level of less than substantial harm. The east of Radfield House is a non-designated heritage asset with an HER reference TQ96SW297. Again, it draws its significance from age, architectural and artistic interest, and it is of a distinctive regional agricultural building typology. Its setting contributes to its significance in terms of its visual relationship with beaches and Radfield House, the listed buildings, as well as the open landscape character to the north and south, which is readily discernible and pertains to the historic function and architectural interest of the Oast House. The development will have an urbanising effect on the character of the setting of the asset, which will be harmful to its significance. In my opinion, this will represent a low level of harm, to the significance of the Oast House east of Radfield House.
Is the house that's associated with it, is that all part of the non-designated heritage asset?
As I understand it, ma'am, yes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I know the next three assets I think that you've mentioned there are ones you want to go into in a bit more detail. So I'll ask you to read what you said there about Frognall Farmhouse, and then we'll look at some of the documents.
Okay, thank you. The significance of Frognall Farmhouse and Garden Wall, list entry number 1069261, is drawn primarily from its age and architectural and artistic interest as a rural vernacular farmhouse of traditional timber frame construction, which was augmented and modernised in the early 18th century by the addition of a new brick range, which became the principal elevation of the house and embraced a more fashionable and polite style of architecture influenced by classical buildings. The timber frame of the listed building has an evidential interest, likely providing evidence of medieval construction techniques and use of materials, as well as adaptation to meet the changing needs of its successive inhabitants and the evolution of building methods and materials. Its setting contributes to significance through the visual and functional relationship with the barn 50 yards west of Frognall Farmhouse, which is the Grade 2 asset adjacent to it, as well as the open grain of the landscape and functional relationship with the land, which is readily discernible. The development is considered to be highly prominent and conspicuous in the setting of the listed building, which will have a fundamental change in land use and land cover, with an urbanising effect on the significance of the listed building. I consider the development to represent a medium to high level of less than substantial harm.
Thank you. So let's pause there and just look at this in a little bit more detail.
James, your microphone.
Thank you. Let's pause there and look at this in a little bit more detail. I want, just as a kind of entry point to that, just to touch on some guidance. So if we could pick up CD 19.4, please. CD 19.4. Which is the historic... it's got the wrong title in mind, but it's the Historic England Advice Note 3.
Yep. Just opening that. Yes.
Okay, and some of this to varying extents we're all very familiar with, but just to remind ourselves, if we turn please to page, so this is the guidance relating to settings of heritage assets, and if we just turn please to page 5 and paragraph 5.
Yes.
We've got there consideration of the contribution of setting to the significance of heritage assets and how it can enable that significance to be appreciated. Almost always include consideration of views, and if we go across the page, we've got an inset box giving some further guidance on setting and views, and on that theme is a reference to the PPG, and at the foot of the first column going over to the next column, see some guidance that says the extent and importance of setting is often expressed by reference to visual considerations, although views of or from an asset will play an important part. The way in which we experience an asset in its setting is also influenced by other environmental factors such as noise, dust, vibration from other land uses in the vicinity, and by our understanding of the historic relationship between places. Any general comments you'd like to make to the inspector about the relevance of that in the context of the particular proposal that we're talking about here, please?
Yes, I think it's very relevant. So there are, as you know, Madam, sort of tangible effects arising from development, and there are also some less tangible or less readily discernible effects in terms of their impact on setting. I think there's a good example in Tong Conservation Area where we know, because it's marked, that we know about the spring and the stream, for example. So that the relationship between that spring and the Tong Mill, which is located at the top of the stream and on the other side of the mill pond, that's an important association, even though you may not be able to see the source of the spring and the stream from the mill. So that's one way of exemplifying that, I think.
Thank you. And if we carry on in the guidance, please, over to page 8. We've got paragraph 9, again on setting, familiar guidance, not itself a heritage asset. Its importance lies in what it contributes to the significance of the heritage asset or to the ability to appreciate that significance. And then there's some guidance in more detail. And then I wanted to draw your attention to the cumulative change guidance that's just in the second column, which is talking about the effects of change over time. Again, is there anything you'd like to say to the inspector about that in the context of assessing these proposals, please?
Yes, I think that there are examples where things have changed. I think I've already talked about, you know, how the A2 has changed, how Bapchild as a rural linear settlement has changed. So, and if we come back to the example of Frognall Farmhouse, there has been change in the setting of that heritage asset. That's undeniable. The railway coming into the north being a good example of that, which when the railway came in, it sort of cut the asset off from land to the north, which it also had an association with. However, to my way of thinking and the way I've approached this, that in my view places a greater emphasis on the importance of aspects of setting which survive. So that land to the south of Frognall Farmhouse now it was always had an important functional connection with that land, and a physical and views connection with that land. So I think the important point here is that consideration, even where things have changed, consideration still needs to be given to whether additional change will further detract from or can enhance the significance of the asset. And it talks about negative change including severing the last link between an asset and its original setting. I would just say that it doesn't have to, in my view, sever all links. That's just an example of where that can be negative. So that would be an extreme end of that spectrum if we'd severed all links with a setting. But I think we still need to give serious consideration to erosion of that setting and great change to the character of the land, the landscape, the land use, particularly where we're considering a farmhouse and a barn, which were only there because they're using that land for production. Excuse me.
Thank you. And then there's another part of this guidance which you've cited in your proof, but while we're in the document, let's just go there. It's PDF page 18, paragraph 40. And it's the guidance on screening.
Yep.
And we can just pause to remind ourselves of it, but you've expressly referred to it in your proof. Again, screening's an issue that comes up in a number of different assets because of the landscaping proposals and mitigation proposals. What are the matters that you say the inspector should have in mind in the light of this guidance here, please?
I think the key thing is to consider, although screening is often a ready means of mitigation, it can also have, as it says here, screening may have as intrusive an effect on the setting of assets as the development it seeks to mitigate. So where it's necessary, it too merits careful design. And I think, again, I come back to Frognall Farmhouse. There's going to be a kind of green buffer, and I think Dr. Mealy talks about that being used to screen the housing from Frognall Farmhouse. But my point, I suppose, is that that screening itself will have a truncating effect, whereby we're at the moment overlooking an open landscape, but screening is brought in, and thereby that landscape is truncated. We no longer have that experience of experiencing the asset in open agricultural land. And similarly, I think it arises with the Northern Relief Road as well. That's being talked about, it's going to be planted, heavily screened, but again, that will have a truncating effect on the landscape to the north of the London Road. So whilst I understand why it's used, it's not a panacea, and where an attribute of setting is, you have this open agrarian landscape, then screening itself, I would suggest, can be as intrusive as the guidance sets out.
Thank you. Now, I've taken you there as a doorway, if you like, into your more detailed consideration of some of these assets that you were just touching on in your summary, although you have used the guidance to illustrate some of your points about Frognall Farmhouse.
Yes.
So I don't want to move on from that until you've taken the inspector to anything else you'd like to take the inspector to in relation to Frognall Farmhouse. Just to remind ourselves, you're at medium to high on the relevant scale, I think, on this, and Dr. Mealy's on low. That's the difference.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Between you. You've made some points about your analysis there. Are there some other references or materials you'd like to take the inspector to on Frognall Farmhouse before we leave that, please?
So I think it's probably just worth going through my analysis of the setting and what contribution it makes to significance, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course it's.
So, as we've said, there's the barn and the farmhouse.
Where should we go to?
Should we start with the farmhouse? So I think we've established that. I think we've established the key significance of the farmhouse, which is arising from the actual physical building itself. That's its primary significance. We haven't talked about the barn yet. The barn is Grade 2. It's a substantial red brick building in English bond with a hipped roof, strays and angled buttresses. It does bear a date of 1548, but myself and Dr. Amelia are agreed that it was repaired in the 19th century, or in fact probably the early 20th century, following a fire. So its appearance is not of 1548, but nevertheless it's a large barn. There's no evidence to suggest it wasn't always a large barn, and it is a very sort of imposing structure which has recently been converted for domestic use, residential use. So again, the barn has architectural interest. It's an agricultural building of traditional materials and construction. And yes, the conversion of the barn has introduced some clearly domestic features, but its former agricultural use and its character remain clearly legible. So the setting of both listed buildings makes a contribution to their significance. The listed farmhouse has a verdant garden plot on the east and south side, at the southern end of which is a single-storey cottage. And then there's a yard on the west side of the house. So the eastern side of the house is that very elegant, classically inspired facade, which has been dated to the early 18th century. So that's when it's gentrified, if you like, and that's where the garden side is. That's the principal elevation where people would arrive if they were visiting. But on the other side, you have the traditional timber-framed farmhouse structure, which is still clearly legible. They sort of read as two quite different buildings. But on the west side of the house, we have the farmyard, and that's still clearly legible. The barn is on the west side of that farmyard, and there's single-storey outbuildings to the south of the house. And then we've got Lower Road, which is located to the north of the farmhouse, with the railway directly to the north of the road, which is screened by hedge planting. And then we have open agricultural land to the north of the railway line, but it is difficult to discern because of the railway and its elevated position. The barn, because of its conversion for residential use, now has an area laid to lawn to the west and south, and that's been subdivided to provide amenity garden space for the new residential units. There's also a single-storey curtilage-listed brick outbuilding with a slate roof at the northern edge of the farmyard, and there is a 1.5-storey or so 4-bay modern timber-framed and weatherboarded cart lodge. So that's actually been placed. I think it's when you look at historic maps, it's in the location of something like animal pens, but it does truncate the yard now, and it sort of blocks the view to some extent out of the farmyard looking south. And then beyond the southern boundary of the farmhouse and barn site, there's an earth bank which is covered in vegetation, and then beyond this is the open agricultural land, which wraps around the farmstead to the south, east and west. So as I was saying earlier, in my view, given the railway to the north, which, yes, it's been there since the late 19th century, but that has affected the ability to understand Frognall Farm in the context of its once surrounding open agrarian landscape. But the open farmland to the south, I think, is still a key consideration in assessing the impact of the scheme.
You had some viewpoints, I think, that you had produced in your appendices, hadn't you? I don't know if you want to go there
Yes,
or simply note them, but
we can have a look at those. Probably make a nice change from listening to me.
it's 38.3.3.5.
Thank you.
Not instantly memorable, but
So it is
it's one of your appendices. And I think it's
we've got
viewpoint 6 and 7,
viewpoint
is it?
6 and 7. So I visited on a bitterly cold day, and we were very privileged to be able to go into the farmhouse and the upper story. So that viewpoint 6 is looking south, and that's from the attic floor of Frognall Farmhouse. So there are some, some long-range views, and you can actually see right across to, I think, Claxfield House. You can't see it very well in this photograph, but it is visible to the naked eye when you're there. And then viewpoint 7 is that we're just standing on that earth bank, again looking across. So I think there's some discussion about the aesthetic merits of this landscape, which Dr. Mealy discusses in his evidence. But to me, yes, we've probably lost some hedgerows over time, which we could look at by looking at the historic maps. But it is clearly still an open agrarian landscape, and I don't think it's without character. It sort of has an undulating appearance and rolls away to the London Road.
And however it's changed, what weight do you attach to that character and the land use that goes with it?
I think it's fairly fundamental, really, to understanding the farmhouse and barn, because, as I said, they had a functional connection with the land, they had an ownership connection with the land over the course of history. So that's, I think, crucial to the way in which we understand them, the barn and the farmhouse as a grouping, with all their other associated outbuildings, with the surviving farmyard. So I attach quite a lot of weight to that as a sort of important aspect of setting, which I think makes a very important contribution to the way that those assets are appreciated, understood and experienced.
Thank you. And can I just take you to Dr. Mealy's proof? So it's CD 37.4.2, and it's page 86, electronic or hard. So CD 37.4.2. Page 86. And Dr. Mealy's very, very helpfully there set out one of the it's the development structuring plan from which we can gauge the nature of the change. And I just wanted your how you see that to be explained to the inspector, and can you include in what you say what weight you attached to the green space that's immediately around the farmhouse in the with the scheme? Are you at the right place already?
Yeah, I'm looking at the diagram. Yeah, I'm just just thinking as whether it's useful more to refer back to my proof in talking about it, but. So yes, acknowledge that there is a green buffer. I think I interpreted, I'm not entirely sure. I think Dr. Mealy talks in his evidence about there being planting there that will screen the housing. And I'd have to look at my proof to say how it's described on the landscape plans. So rightly, whether it's planted heavily with trees or not, if it's planted heavily with trees, it will have a truncating effect. But it, that view from the attic floor of the farmhouse, you'll still see those houses. If it's not planted, then it just gives a sort of green buffer, which is open, but it doesn't really give us that sense of the agricultural land, the extent of the agricultural land and how historically it's always gone down to the London Road.
I think it's if you look at the green space structuring plan, it's semi-natural green space and sort of surrounding it, and then to the west of that is amenity green space.
Yeah, I confess I haven't looked at those.
And then highway green space along the sort of boundary of the...
I don't know if those have been defined anywhere in writing. I apologise if I've missed a definition of them. I understand as well that that buffer has been increased in size, but to me it's still... To me, I feel like, my opinion is that historic farmstead is going to be experienced more as part of a modern housing development than it will be as there'll be a very small vestige left of land. It won't be agricultural land anymore. It'll be used, I don't know, maybe a sort of park or, as say, amenity green space and some semi-natural landscaping, which is probably going to be planted, I guess. So, yeah, I don't give much credence to the retention of that buffer, really. It's something, it's better than nothing, but I don't think it's going to mitigate the harm.
What's its relationship to significance in your view? The buffer, how does it relate to or help understand significance?
It won't really, because it won't have an agricultural character. So it'll be green space, but not agricultural land, which we have currently. So I think it detracts, if anything. At best, it would be neutral. At worst, it would be detracting from significance, really. Because we're sort of decontextualising the historic farmstead.
Okay. So is there anything else on Frognall Farmhouse? Obviously the inspector's got all the materials and the written materials and so on. So
if I
just
indulge me while I just have a quick look.
No,
my evidence.
It's not an indulgence, it's a necessity. you must say what you want to say.
It's really just considering the effects of the development, really.
Yep. Thank you. So just to see where we are, so we bounced there from page 6 of your summary. The next asset in page 7 is the barn. Broadly speaking, are the issues that you've talked about in relation to the farmhouse, when you've been expressly mentioning the farmhouse, do they carry over to the barn as well?
Yes, I think the two are very much a piece. They talk to each other, so yes, they're a farmhouse and a barn, and we can understand them as such. But they comprise a historic farmstead, so I think the effects are pretty much the same.
Thank you. And then the next asset in your summary is the Tong Conservation Area, and seeing as it's 1:15, that might be a convenient time.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, okay, well, we'll have an hour for lunch, so we'll have till 2:15. And if you, obviously, as you're sort of starting to give evidence now, not to communicate with your team, if that's right.
Yep, absolutely, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Caroline, do you want to go on to that room and we can go somewhere else? Because your lunch is in there.
Oh yeah, well I can get my lunch and go wherever you.
So Well, you're welcome to stay here, or I can put you in that room or another room.
Shall I grab my food and then we can? I'm quite happy to come back. Yeah, I'll probably come back.
Okay.
If that's alright. Yeah. I'll just grab my.
Even so, it's time for the inquiry to resume. If you'd like to carry on, thank you.
I
Mr.
will.
Pereira.
Thank you very much.
Could I just clarify something? Sorry, ma'am.
Yes.
I was too quick to admit an error in my proof when we were talking about Claxfield House,
Yeah.
so I just wanted to explain.
Yeah.
It's just very briefly.
Yeah.
So if you look at CD 38.3.3.2, that's my appendices, which is location maps showing the
yes.
assets.
Okay. Yeah.
Map 4
Yeah.
shows you the relative position of Claxfield Farmhouse and Claxfield House. If you can, hopefully you can see those. So one's on Claxfield Lane, that's the farmhouse. So in paragraph 4.70 of my proof, the confusing thing was, because I was, as I say, too quick to, to concede an error. So Claxfield House is the one on the London Road, on the south side of the London Road looking north.
Yeah.
And then Claxfield Farmhouse, as you can see, is located to the south east of there. So where I said to the east is located the paddock to the north of Claxfield Farmhouse. That's actually correct. Yeah, so sorry about that.
And is it correct that in 4.71, where you talk about the occupation, who's also the occupier of Claxfield Farmhouse?
That
4.71.
yes.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. All right.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we were bouncing from your summary into some of the more detailed bits of the evidence. And if we go back to your summary, which is CD 38.3.1, we were on the last of the assets for the northern scheme, which is the Tong Conservation Area. So could you read that bullet point, and then we'll dip into some of the documents.
Yeah, try and find that. So we're on page 7. So the Tong Conservation Area draws its significance from the area's long-standing history, the Springhead stream, unspoilt rural land to the east, and the grouping of Kentish buildings in a picturesque situation alongside an attractive mill pond, which together results in an area of special architectural, archaeological and historic interest. Its setting contributes to significance through the topography and open grain of the surrounding landscape, trees and vegetation, which allow the surrounding rural character and tranquillity to be appreciated in terms of understanding its function as a historic rural settlement. I consider that the development will have an urbanising effect on the character of the conservation area and its setting, which will be harmful to its significance. In my opinion, due to the direct impact on the Tong Conservation Area and the impact on its setting, this will represent a medium to high level of less than substantial harm to its significance.
Okay, thank you. Now, we have in the documents, don't we, the conservation area appraisal for this asset, which is CD 19.11. You there, ma'am? Thank you. I want to just say something kind of publicly to the inquiry while we're here. There is a... It's not to do with me, it's to do with the... to do with the evidence. There is floating around on the internet a track changes version of this document dated April 2021. In other words, the month after this document. Yes. And Mr. Digan looked into this and can be asked about it if he needs to be when he gives his evidence. But the point I wanted to kind of state publicly is, as far as the council is concerned, it's this version that we should be looking at, and the council's content for it to be this version, the March 2021 version. It has an adoption statement you'll see accompanying it.
So is the other one by the council, or is it just something that somebody's taken on themselves to?
Well, I'll say as much as I know about it. The other one, I understand, was attached to a committee report and considered at committee, but it has track changes in it and words that contemplate changes that need to be made, and it never became there isn't a polished version of the track changes version, and so it's unclear what became of it. And Mr. Dygan's made inquiries from the relevant officers to the extent he can. Some aren't on the scene anymore, and no one can assist further. So I think, to put it simply, it seems unsatisfactory to be looking at something that seems like a draft that was never completed, and so we're sticking with this one. But I wanted to say that out loud so that the council's position was clear in case a member of the public or something had seen something else. So that's the grave statement completed. Thank you. Now, Ms. Soanes, we can see if you turn up page 8 and page 9, we've got a summary statement of significance in the box on page 8, and we've got a plan on page 9, and I'm just going to move forward through the document. We see that plan, or the base of that plan, is used in various places, and we also have on page 25. If you could turn up page 25. PDF. It's 24 on the paper. We also have some viewpoints there. The ones that have a kind of open eye are referred to as fixed viewpoints. The dashed lines relate to dynamic views. There are panoramas, and the blue is referred to as a panorama with focal point. And those are described later on in the document. I'm just helping us orientate. Have you got the document in front of you?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
What I'd like you to do, please, is just with this document, just help the inspector with the essential points that she needs to be, in your view, concerned about when she comes to assess impact here.
Yeah. So I think you'll be able to find from that summary all of the points that have led to the designation of the conservation area. So as we've talked about earlier, the spring, the stream, the mill pond. There's meant to have been a mill associated with Tong Castle in the 11th century, so that's how far back the milling goes in that location. Tong Castle is now an earthworks, which is in the northwest of the conservation area. And of course there are listed buildings in the core of the conservation area, which is the Grade 2 listed Tong Mill and the Grade 2 listed Mill House Old Mill.
Is Tong Castle, the earthworks, is that on? Is that part of the garden of the residential property?
It's sort of, yeah. Well, actually, I don't know about the ownership of it, but it's definitely adjacent to.
I just wondered if it was in private ownership or whether it was one that one could actually go and walk around.
That I would have to check, actually.
Sorry?
The house is on the hill.
So is the a bit in orange then in this plan public land, or was it privately owned?
Bungalow on the top of
I think
That's a bungalow, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought there was a dwelling, yeah.
bungalow on it.
So it's somebody's property then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yes, and just in terms of sort of historic change, the map on page 20 shows us the railways, the same railway.
Microphone, please.
It shows us the railway. Sorry, I'm just going to page 20 now.
Yep.
So that's quite a useful plan, which sort of shows the historic phasing of the conservation area. So I suppose my key concerns about the impact of the development are twofold. It's obviously the road that is going through the conservation area itself, albeit I think for a distance of 70 metres, but quite a major intervention, and the fact that will cut through the stream. So it's this relationship of spring, which is rather romantically associated with Thomas à Becket, but that's because of a leper hospital that was associated with followers of Thomas à Becket, which no longer are there, but that's a strong historical association. So then from the spring we get the stream, and we get the mill pond and the milling, as we've discussed. So the direct impact is obviously the road going through there, and then there's the impact on the setting of the conservation area as well. So that's I think the reason we've got direct impact and indirect impact through setting harm is where I've come to my slightly higher medium to high level of less than substantial harm to the conservation area. And I think we've also talked about the screen planting of the road. There's a vignette which shows, I think it's in CD 19. Sorry, let me just check my list. There's a sort of rendition, isn't there, of what the road might look like. CD 2.22 is a drawing which shows the Tong Country Park Bridge crossing.
Sorry, CD
2.22. I've just got to find that myself now, sorry.
Yeah, that's a single page document actually with that on.
Yeah.
Sorry, just get that up. Okay, so there we go. Nope. Yeah, so there's some quite romantic views of a bridge going over the stream, an orchard planting, etc. And then there's also the applicant's heritage mitigation note, which discusses all sorts of enhancements, which they mostly are going to surround interpretation of the heritage in the conservation area. But I don't think anyone is...
The one in Dr. Mealy's appendix?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, it's 19.22 as well as a standalone core document.
Which one? Sorry, what?
19.22.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, is it 9.22? Sorry.
It's Dr. Mealy's Appendix 9, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And
so I have evaluated all the proposals for interpretation and improvements to the planting, clearance of the stream and that sort of thing. But I don't think either I or Dr. Mealy give that weight in terms of mitigating the harm, really, because in my view those enhancements could be made anyway without the need to drive a road through the conservation area. So I have considered those and I have dealt with them in my evidence. But I think, you know, we're talking about quite a major piece of infrastructure being driven through what is open land currently. So I haven't given much weight to that in my assessment.
Can I ask you a question? But both Dr. Mealy and yourself and the conservation area appraisal talk about significance arising because of the association or connection between different elements in the conservation area. And I wanted you to give your view to the inspector about how the kind of relative intervisibility of the different elements relates to that. For example, Dr. Mealy makes a point when he was walking across along the footpath, he couldn't actually see the stream. And also, when you look at that long view and you see the chimney, but you can't see the rest of the buildings. So what do you say to the inspector about this question of intervisibility when we're dealing with a conservation area where the special interest is concerned in part with connection and association?
Yeah, I suppose the biggest impact is we're going to, as I understand it, we'll lose those views of the chimney from the footpath, which I think are important in understanding the architectural interest of the mill. But we're also severing the spring severing the spring and stream from the mill pond physically. I think they are important considerations because it's like any heritage asset, it has its sort of inherent value and inherent quality, regardless really of whether we can always see things, where we can relate them directly visually. So there aren't long open views south from the mill, but nevertheless the conservation area has been designated as an area of special interest as a whole. So I would say it's hard, if you're dealing with a conservation area, it's hard to sort of separate all of those elements because they're all part and parcel of what's made it of special interest. Did you want to look at some of the views? I don't know if that's helpful.
Well, did you want to take the inspector to some of the views is really the question. Do you want to take the inspector to some of the views?
So there's some in the conservation area appraisal document itself. Sorry, I've just got to get back to that now.
So this is CD 19.11 again?
Yeah, just lost it. Too many things open. Which one is it? Sorry. It's not it. Okay. Sorry, I can't find where it's opening it on my screen. I beg your pardon. All right, I've got it back. So on page 34. So some of these views are particularly relevant to the development and the impact of the development. So view 3A on page 35 actually shows you a southwards view from the edge of the meadow towards the Spring Head and Watling Street. So that's from up near the, I think we're looking from the north to the south there. So the road will be coming through in that view. And then on page 35, view 4 is, I think, I'm right in saying, is the view on the top right-hand side of the page, which is that view up to the mill chimney on the public right-of-way. So I think it's the view 4.
5A?
5A, I beg your pardon, it's because it's got a number 4 above it. Yeah, the 180-degree view northwards towards chimney from outside of the conservation area.
If you can go to the plan on page 25. zones.
Yeah.
And then,
You can just about, and you can with the naked eye. It was the view at the top right of the page.
what,
It's not the best picture of it, unfortunately.
is it 5A you're referring to?
Yeah, so 5A is that view on the top right-hand side of the page.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the one, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, differs seasonally as to how it's planted. So the chimney is just about visible in that picture, but it's right at the top of the path.
If you go on site, Mum, you'll
be able to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't walked that footpath. I was going to do it one evening.
I won't give evidence about what you'll see, but if you go on site, you'll know
Okay.
whether you can see it or not.
All right.
And then view 6A on the same page, 180 degree view westwards over the stream. That's looking out of the conservation area. And I know we've talked a lot this morning about the countryside gap, and of course there is development or more development in that direction now.
Is that looking towards Stones Farm? No.
Yes, I think so. Looking west, isn't it?
Is that before it was built?
Yeah. So there is development there now, of course, but there is still open land at the moment. And then view 6B on page 37 is a view from that public right-of-way, which is on the west, the other public right-of-way, which runs up the west side of the, outside of the conservation area. And that does give you views across the stream, and I've got a similar view in my appendices as well. So they're all, I mean, we can debate the quality of that landscape and how it's planted and that sort of thing, but you do have a distinct sense of sort of tranquility and openness, and there is the opportunity to sort of walk through that landscape, and you can trace the stream, and you do arrive at the mill pond. So yeah, they're quite important, I think, to have a look at.
Thank you. You'd mentioned setting, and also we looked this morning at the Stone Farm development. If we just go over the page to what's PDF page 38, there's a passage on setting. I'll ask you a question in a moment, but if we look at the third paragraph of that, it says, land on the western side, now arable use, virtually devoid of features, etc. Brackets, note this will soon become a countryside gap as part of the new development to the west, with the potential to greatly enhance the appearance of this area.
Mm-hmm.
Which appears to be a reference to what we were looking at this morning.
Yeah.
Can you help the inspector with what she should look out for and have in mind setting-wise? And bear in mind as well, I think there are some there are some plans in here, aren't there, that kind of set out some of the, I'm looking at page 21, have aerial photographs and some of the older historic plans. That if you'd like to start there, you may.
Yes. So I think I remark in my evidence that I'll just have to find the reference, but these are very good, sort of showing us the historic evolution. Actually, I think I note in my evidence that there's not, it's strikingly similar between the tithe map and I think it's map 7B in the conservation area appraisal in terms of land use. So in the later 19th century, we see a lot more orchard planting, some of which is now gone. But I just lost my notes. Too much technology. Sorry, just get back to that again. So yeah, whilst the wider setting, the conservation area, has seen urbanisation in the vicinity of the London Road and to the east and west with new development, the land uses and field boundaries in and around the conservation area are remarkably similar to those shown on map 7B of the conservation area appraisal, which is page 26. To how they are now, really, albeit things may be slightly less pristine. So that's, that was drawing a comparison between I think the tithe map particularly.
Okay, is there anything else you want to mention while we're here?
Talked about the views, haven't we? Yeah,
I should ask you, because you mentioned it this morning.
the screen.
What about screening? Yeah.
Screen planting. Yeah, I did mention it this morning. So it's that's that truncating effect of screening the road. I mean, I don't know how dense the planting is going to be, but it's going to be, as I would interpret it, quite a major piece of infrastructure going through the land there. So it will take quite a lot of planting to screen it. And that kind of, at the moment, we sort of enjoy quite a nice open setting to the conservation area where you can enjoy, as I say, the stream, walk up to the pond. So that will be severed by the road, and views north and south will be curtailed by that planting. Part of it is, isn't it? And so you're literally going through the conservation area, with the road, but you've got the setting either side.
Okay, should we go back to your summary?
Yeah.
So I think what we'll do, just to be more efficient with time, I'm going to note so that people who are listening can hear what else your summary covers, and then we'll dip into those assets which I know you want to deal with in a bit more detail. So if that's all right with you, Madam, rather than read everything out.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. As long as you give an idea of what give an idea for people who haven't read through.
Sure, I don't mind. It's just that I will go over my time estimate if we read the rest of it. And
Well, I know.
are you if you're happy with, not happy, if you're
No comment about happy either way.
Well, you can sort of ask for clarification bits and pieces to break it up a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. We'll carry on as we have been.
Yeah, sorry.
So we have looked now at the northern assets.
Yeah.
So we're moving now to the southern assets, and you start with Bexon Court, which is the most southern of the southern.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Okay.
Read Bexon Court, and then I've got a couple of questions.
Sure. So Bexon Court, which is list entry number 1186015. The significance of Bexon Court is drawn primarily from its age and architectural and artistic interest as a rural vernacular dwelling of traditional materials and construction of a type found primarily in Kent and Sussex. That's a Wealdon Hall house. The listed building also has evidential interest, providing evidence of late 15th, early 16th century construction techniques and use of materials, as well as adaptation to meet the changing needs of its successive inhabitants and the evolution of building methods and materials. Its setting contributes to significance through the open agrarian character of the surrounding landscape, green space, trees and vegetation, as well as a historic functional and ownership relationship with the land. The asset has seen a low degree of change over time and is experienced as having visual prominence near the corner of Hawks Hill Lane. The surrounding agrarian landscape character, land use and views connect it to the rural landscape and reveal the historic function and architectural interest of the dwelling. The development will have an urbanising effect on the character of the setting of the listed building, which will be harmful to its significance. In my opinion, this will represent less than substantial harm to the significance of Bexon Court towards the middle of the spectrum.
Thank you. And just to help the inspector understand the gist of the difference between you and Dr. Mealy, if we turn up Dr. Mealy's evidence, it's his appendices, I think CD 37.4.3, and it's page 78. Where that starts.
Yeah.
And Bexon Court is addressed succinctly on page 80. And this is, for everyone listening, this is the listed building that's next to the proposed motorway junction in the national landscape. Dr. Mealy summarised the gist of his view there in the end column. Can you help the inspector by explaining what you perceive to be the key difference in weight or judgment between you, so she understands that? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's the main difference arises from the value we attach, well, not the value we attach, sorry, the contribution of setting. So I'm again thinking about how we experience that asset, and it is in the, just a reminder as well, it's in the Kent Downs National Landscape. So the asset is very prominent on the corner of the lane. So you've got a lane that goes east-west and then the lane that goes north-south. Yes, there is green open space on the opposite side of the road to the asset. So the principal facade of the asset faces east. The field where the motorway junction is proposed will be to the north. And I think we're probably slightly a difference in the... I think Dr. Mealy says here that the ability to stand and admire the salient historic features in an open landscape setting does not change. Accordingly, he does not think the impact is moderate. I think I'm giving greater weight to the change, both in terms of its location, because yes, to the north of that field where the motorway junction is going, there is the motorway, but because of its position, it's quite well screened. It's not particularly obvious it's there. You can see it, you can discern it, but to my mind and my best interpretation of what a motorway junction is likely to be like, in my opinion, that will have a lot more of be far more prominent in the setting of the listed building. So as you experience the listed building, not just with your back to the motorway, but in the round as you're travelling along the two lanes, the one that runs east-west, I think, which is, I can't remember the names of them both now, but it's either Bexon Lane, yeah, and to me, that motorway junction is going to be quite a prominent feature of your experience. So I'm probably stressing a greater contribution of that part of setting to significance. And again, the actual details of the motorway junction we don't fully know. I think there is an impression of it given, which again suggests it's going to be heavily planted. So again, that planting, at the moment, we do have a nice sort of open setting in all directions to the asset, but that is going to be truncated if that junction requires heavy plant screening. Yeah, sorry, you're right. Bexon Lane is the east-west lane and Hawks Hill Lane is the one that runs north, and that's the one that runs through the hamlet.
And what about What about environmental factors? What do you say about those?
So yes, things like noise, lighting effects and light spill are going to be, I imagine, are going to be quite readily discernible. I'm just going to turn to my main proof to make sure I don't miss anything. Oh, it's not working. Sorry, page 41. So I deal with Bexon Court from on page 41 onwards of my main proof 38.3.2, and paragraph where are we? Yeah, paragraph 5.14 is my assessment of the impacts of the development. So I've said we think it, well, I think it will be prominent and conspicuous in peripheral views when travelling along the lanes. Yet lighting effects and light spill are the key sort of environmental factors. I would imagine there'll be some noise as well. So it's that fundamental change in land use and land cover that I think will reduce the ability to appreciate Bexon Court as part of a small historic rural settlement.
What page? We've got some photos. What page? I could find
Bexon Court.
I'm sure it's there somewhere.
It's page 20. It's figure 16. If you're in, I think you've been looking at the appendix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Page 20.
Page 20.
Oh yes, that's right.
That's the start of the southern.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Was there anything else to add, or are you there?
I don't think so.
You're towards the middle, you say, and Dr. Mealy is at low.
Yeah, that's correct.
Distances between you. Okay, so back to your summary. Highsted Farmhouse is the next.
So significance of Highsted Farmhouse, list entry number 1069289, again is drawn primarily from its age and architectural and artistic interest as a rural dwelling in a simple but polite architectural style influenced by classical buildings. It is of traditional materials and construction. Its setting contributes to significance through the open grain of the surrounding verdant landscape, as well as a historic functional and ownership relationship with the land. The asset enjoys a sense of tranquility, and the surrounding agrarian landscape, land use and views connect it to the rural landscape and reveal the historic function and architectural interest of the farmhouse. Due to the contribution of the agrarian landscape to understanding the historic function of the listed building and revealing its architectural interest, in my opinion, the proposal will represent harm to the significance of Highsted Farmhouse towards the middle part of less than substantial.
Okay, and carry on. Old Vicarage next. That's on the next page of your appendices too.
Yep. The Old Vicarage in Tong, list entry number 1480835, draws its significance from its age, historic interest and architectural and artistic interest as a building of architectural quality, refined in its detail and craftsmanship inside and out. It is a good representative example of a 19th century rural vicarage, including a legible ensemble of service wing, walled yard and outbuildings, and despite some losses and alterations, the building's plan, architectural character and the relative hierarchy of its component parts remain readily legible. Its setting contributes to significance through the open landscape surroundings, which create a sense of tranquility and seclusion. The surrounding agrarian landscape character, land use and views connect it to the rural landscape and reveal the historic function and architectural interest of the listed building. Due to the contribution of the agrarian landscape to understanding the historic function of the listed building and revealing its architectural interest, in my opinion, the proposal will represent a low to middle level of less than substantial harm to the significance of the old vicarage.
Okay, and the next one is Radfield House and
Yeah,
railings. Ma'am, I can see you've been looking also at the second part of the appendix with the location maps, I think. And I just
sorry,
wanted. Sorry, this is my failing. I should have perhaps tied all these things up in through Miss Soames. But do you need some assistance just locating some of the?
When I went through the proof, I located them all, but then I've forgotten where it was.
So
it's right at the.
that's on the London Road again.
But the Radfield House and railings and the Oast House, this is just the effect of this. We've already dealt with them, haven't we?
Yeah, so
in relation to the north, and what you're saying is similar.
There's some,
but there's the land to
some
the
impact
south,
on
so
it.
we can probably skip over those.
Okay.
Great. Well, that brings us on to Rodmersham Church Street
yeah.
Conservation Area, which I know you want to deal with in a little bit more detail. So read what's in your summary, and then we'll dip into some of the documents. Okay.
The significance of Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area derives from the strong historic, visual and functional link between the settlement and its surrounding landscape, in particular the views which connect the settlement to the landscape and vice versa. That's part of its significance, I should say, rather than its only significance. Setting contributes to significance through the open grain of the surrounding landscape, space, trees and vegetation. The rural surrounding landscape character, views, sense of tranquility, sense of remoteness and agricultural land use contribute to how the asset is experienced and contribute to the historic and architectural interest of the conservation area and its function and significance as a historic rural settlement. The development represents a fundamental change in land use and land cover, and there will be other environmental effects such as increased noise levels, lighting effects and light spill. Thus, due to the contribution the rural landscape setting makes to the significance of the conservation area and the urbanising effects of the development set out in my evidence, in my opinion, the proposals will represent a middle to high level of less than substantial harm to the significance of Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area.
Thank you. So can we just look at some materials relevant to that in a bit more detail? Can you turn up CD 19.10, which is the Conservation Area Character Appraisal?
Yeah.
Okay, and the inspector will find a helpful aerial view on page 11, won't she?
Yes, that's right.
Which has the boundary, the surrounding land, what are referred to as significant views and significant spaces marked on. And then there's a summary of special interest, or significance, it's called, page 21.
Yeah.
So again, can you help please through your eyes with what you say the inspector should have in mind when considering things here?
So the special interests of the conservation area primarily derives from the buildings, historic buildings. So you've got some very significant listed buildings, including the Grade 1 listed Church of St Nicholas, which is at the southern end of the conservation area, as you know, ma'am, because I think you said you've been to the tower. And there's other assets which are shown on the plan. Sorry, I'll just get to the right page. Is it page 11? We might have already looked there. Oh no. Well, I can't point them out very easily on that one. Oh, sorry, the plan on page 8, it would just orientate you, just shows where the other listed buildings are. So to the north, directly to the north of the church is Church Cottage, and which is marked red because it's a Grade 2 building. And then you've got Church House to the north of that. And then to the east of that, you have Matsons. And then there's various non-designated heritage assets, which are the ones shaded in orange. And then just going back to the summary of significance, so fundamental, I think, or intrinsic to the interest of the conservation area is its rural origins as a farming community, and that's the current landscape setting of the conservation area, which surrounds it, is key, I think. So it is, I think, intrinsic to the conservation area that it is still enjoyed in an agrarian landscape setting. Now, that the use of that land for agrarian purposes has changed. So there's lots of orchards that were planted in the 19th century that have now gone, but the land is open, it is agricultural in character. So I think I probably am attaching greater value of that setting to the intrinsic sort of characteristics of the conservation area, and that's probably where our key differences lie. Because it's not saying that conservation area may not have been, had it been surrounded by built development already, I'm not saying it wouldn't have been designated, because there's enough there. Yes, it would probably still be worthy of designation, but designation is not what we're really talking about here. It's, what is the contribution of setting, and I would say that contribution is great and reveals its historic function. And there's, strong landscape links, especially when you get to the very southern end of the conservation area. There's a little non-designated asset called Orchard, which when you see that, you'll see, ma'am, it's literally on the field edge. So I've got a view of that. Yes, that's it. Yeah, it's right. You have to sort of go down a private lane. Well, it's a little track to get to it, but you can see it from the lane. So the development is kind of coming into the setting of the conservation area on both sides, with the road to the west.
On that, before you go on, can we just turn up Dr. Mealy's proof?
Sure.
37.4.2 and page 96. Again, he's got a very helpful plan there that shows the relationship with the... Page 96, I think. Page 96. Dr. Mealy. It's an extract from the parameter plan.
Oh, yes, yeah.
When we were talking with Dr. Mealy, but this is actually the wrong version of the parameter plan. In fact, the green boundary is very much narrower on the current one. Just so you know. It was, I think it's version V is, I think it's V or something is the latest one. Anyway, so it isn't quite correct. I don't know about any other bits that aren't correct, but that certainly isn't.
It's now got the boundary drawn in, hasn't it? Is that right? Yeah.
The width of that green around the eastern side of the conservation area is narrower than that.
Yeah. Noting that, Ms. Soames, but looking at the extent of change and the distances and land uses proposed, can you continue with what you were saying about the change and impact? Perhaps speak to this plan if you can.
Yeah, I mean, for one thing, the conservation area will be coalescing with a new... I'm sorry, microphone was off again. Sorry about that, keeps going off. So the new development of the Oakwood Village East will effectively coalesce the conservation area with new built development, which will be quite different in its layout, in its character and appearance. And then we have the road going in at the sort of at the northern part of the conservation area. So the conservation area's got this sort of outlying non-designated heritage asset to the north called Ash Gores, and that has lovely sort of direct views across the land to the east. So that's going to be impacted by roads going in, by built development going in. And then the character of the land on the west side is going to be, it won't be agricultural in character anymore. It'll be slightly more formal or semi-natural, I assume. And then the other concern is around the sort of area set aside for sports use, which again, I think we differ there. That's talking about the barn at TQ. I can't remember its name. Will come to that, I'm sure. But so there's everything is sort of very urbanising, and it's going to have a fundamental change to the way the conservation area is experienced. And that's also when we're travelling through the conservation area, because when you enter the conservation area from the north, you have these really nice views over open countryside, both, well, you get that to the east and the west at the moment. And as you go through the conservation area, those views are more glimpsed perhaps, but again, we talk about the inherent significance of the conservation area. So from wherever you are in that conservation area, its setting is relevant. And then it opens out again at the southern end, where the church is. So there's the sort of direct impact of the built development, and then there's the environmental factors like light spill, there's probably differing opinions about road traffic, but I think there was a note in the environmental statement that they expected vehicle movements would increase through the conservation area, but that position may have changed, and I haven't got detailed knowledge of the highways implications, but that was definitely mooted when I was assessing this. So it's a rural hamlet founded by a farming community, and as I was saying earlier, I think these do belong to the essential nature or constitution of the conservation area, and thus an important element of special interest will be affected by the proposal.
Anything else on that, or we'll go back to your...
No, I think I've covered that.
Thank you. So back to your summary.
So Matson's, I've pointed out, is in that conservation area. So that's list entry number 1343920. Significance of the listed building derives from its primarily from its age, architectural and artistic interest as an elegant and high status farmhouse of traditional materials and construction. The timber frame of the listed building has evidential interest, providing evidence of 16th century construction techniques and use of materials, as well as adaptation to meet the changing needs of its successive owners. Its setting contributes to significance due to its verdant garden plot and the surviving historic buildings in its curtilage, as well as its relationship with listed church house opposite. The surrounding landscape, green space, trees and vegetation are also important attributes of setting which contribute to how the listed building is experienced as a former farmhouse in a historic rural settlement. Due to the contribution the rural landscape setting makes to the significance of the listed building and the urbanising effects of the development set out in my evidence, In my opinion, the proposal will represent a low to medium level of less than substantial harm to the significance of Matsons.
Carry on.
The next one is the barn that I forgot the number for but alluded to briefly, barn at TQ 921618, which is Grade 2 listed building entry number 1120908. The significance of the listed building derives primarily from its age, architectural and artistic interest as an agricultural building of traditional materials and construction. The timber frame of the listed building has evidential interest, providing evidence of 17th century construction techniques and use of materials, as well as adaptation to meet the changing needs of its successive owners. The 20th century brick cladding is a clear expression of its adaptation. Its setting contributes to significance through the open grain of the surrounding landscape, green space and vegetation, and the historic functional relationship with the surrounding land. The asset is experienced within the surrounding rural landscape. Views towards it reveal its historic function and architectural interest, and it is experienced in a sense of tranquility and remoteness which contribute to its significance. Due to the contribution the rural landscape setting makes to the significance of the listed barn and the urbanising effects of the development set out in my evidence, in my opinion, the proposal will represent a low to medium level of less than substantial harm to the significance of barn at TQ 921618.
Thank you. And just pausing there, you're low to medium and Dr. Mealy's very low. And again, what's the gist of the difference between you, so the inspector can have that in mind when she thinks about this?
Yeah, I think it's about the contribution of setting to significance and the nature of the development as well. Won't be a second. So the development will affect land to the north of the barn, and my proof describes the attributes of setting in paragraph 5.107, and then I describe the effects of the development. So Dr. Mealy stresses the obvious orientation towards the retained agricultural land to the south and southeast, and no change to the interaction with the access and the footpath through fields. So I think he puts greater emphasis on the land around the asset remaining without built development, rather than changes to the character and land use, which I'm sort of considering this in terms of if you go to the barn now, in all directions there's land in some form of agrarian or agricultural use, and the land to the north is now proposed for use as for sports facilities. So there might be some open space still, but it will be of quite a different character to how that barn's experienced now. So I am giving greater weight to the nature of the land use, and compared to the baseline position where we are now.
Thank you. And if you read on, you've now got in your summary several non-designated heritage assets which you've given evidence on as well. Do you want to carry on reading, please?
So Orchard, we discussed briefly earlier, it's a non-designated heritage asset which was identified in the Rodmersham Street Conservation Area appraisal. It's located at the southeastern boundary of the conservation area and derives its significance primarily from its age, architectural and artistic interest as a rural vernacular dwelling of traditional materials and construction. The setting of Orchard contributes to its significance. The building is set in a verdant garden plot with no boundary treatment and is visually integrated with the agrarian landscape beyond the settlement and conservation area boundary. It has a close physical and visual relationship with listed Matsons and its historic outbuildings. The rural landscape setting of the conservation area, which forms the wider setting to the asset, contributes to understanding its historic function and reveals its architectural interest. Thus, the setting contributes to the asset's significance as a cottage in a rural hamlet founded by a farming community. Due to the contribution the rural landscape setting makes to the significance of the non-designated heritage asset and the urbanising effects of the development set out in my evidence, in my opinion, the proposal will represent a moderate level of harm to the significance of orchard. Ash Gores I also mentioned briefly, which is at the north end of the conservation area, again a non-designated heritage asset, which draws its significance primarily from its age and architectural and artistic interest as a well-proportioned and elegant rural dwelling. The setting of Ash Gores contributes to its significance. It is the first building encountered when entering the settlement from the north and marks the end of the settlement when travelling through Rodmersham Church Street from the south. Beyond the contribution made to the significance of the asset by its verdant garden plot, which reveals its architectural interest, Ash Gores is clearly seen in peripheral views from the north and south when travelling along Church Street, and experienced in concert with the agrarian landscape on both sides of the road. It is also seen in concert with Glebe Cottage and Glebe House, which are non-designated heritage assets, which we'll come to next, when travelling south along Church Street. Views from the principal elevation of the asset across the agricultural land are open and expansive. Due to the contribution the rural landscape setting makes to the significance of the non-designated heritage asset and the urbanising effects of the development set out in my evidence, in my opinion, the proposal will represent a moderate level of harm to the significance of Ash Gores. And then we have Glebe Cottage and Glebe House, which are just to the south west of Ash Gores. Again, non-designated heritage assets in the conservation area, the significance of which derives primarily from their age and architectural interest and artistic interest as a large rural vicarage and former coach house, part of a designed ensemble in a fashionable architectural style. The setting of Glebe House and Glebe Cottage contributes to their significance. Beyond the contribution made to the significance of the assets by their verdant garden plot, which reveals their architectural interest, the buildings are seen in peripheral views from the north and south when travelling along Church Street, and experienced in concert with the agrarian landscape on both sides of the road. They are also seen in concert with Ash Gores when travelling south, and with glimpsed views of Ash Gores when travelling north. Views from the rear elevations of both houses across the agricultural land to the north and east are open and expansive. Due to the contribution the rural landscape setting makes to the significance of the non-designated heritage assets and the urbanising effects of the development set out in my evidence, mitigated by their greater distance from the southern relief road, in my opinion the proposal will represent a low level of harm to the significance of Glebe House and Glebe Cottage. The next assets are Elizabeth Cottages and the Ramblers, which are non-designated heritage assets located in the Rodmersham Green conservation area. And these derive their significance primarily from their age and architectural and artistic interest as modest rural dwellings of traditional materials and construction, part of a small rural settlement in an agrarian landscape setting. The immediate and wider agrarian landscape setting of these non-designated heritage assets makes a contribution to their significance in revealing their architectural interest. It is agreed by the applicants that there will be a very low level of less than substantial. Now, this has actually changed now because the applicants, as I understand it, find a very low level of less than substantial harm to the conservation area, but no longer find harm to assets within the conservation area, which are listed buildings and these two non-designated heritage assets.
This is the Rodmersham Green conservation.
Yeah, so this was written before we agreed the updated statement of common ground, where the position was changed on the applicant's side.
Well, read to the end of this, and then
yeah.
I know there are the assets within the Rodmersham Green conservation area you want to say something about. So read to the end of this, and then I'll ask you about that.
So there was a difference between them, but now they're all being treated the same by the applicant and I. So the Grade 2 assets are Victoria House and Orsett House. which are in close proximity. The effects of the proposed development will be identical for Elizabeth Cottages and the Ramblers, and therefore I suggest a very low level of harm to the significance of these non-designated heritage assets should also be agreed.
Thank you. So I think that the three listed assets you wanted to mention, you mentioned two of them there.
Yeah.
Victoria House, Orsett House, and is it Vine Cottages?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so they're all assets located on the western side of the green.
Can we just turn up a plan or something?
Yeah. So
locate them.
Yeah, it'll be in the additional appendix. Which
so the photos is
so
38,336.
Yeah. So yeah, the figures show the photographs of the assets, and I think there's a no, it's not a location plan. There is a location plan, I think, in the Rodmersham Green Conservation Area appraisal, which shows where they're all located, but they're literally all on the west side in a row.
So these are three assets which went from the applicant's assessment being some level of harm being to no harm.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Hence you address them in my supplementary.
Yeah.
Again, what do you perceive to be the gist of the difference between you and Dr. Mealy?
I think the main difference is really about, again, where you put your focus in terms of the contribution of setting to significance. So I appreciate and acknowledge that they have a strong relationship with the green, which is the heart of the conservation area. But again, because Rodmersham Green was established as a small rural settlement, I'm also giving weight to the contribution the agrarian landscape setting to the conservation area and those assets makes. And those designated and non-designated assets on the west side of the green have a sort of open aspect to the west. So the road is going in at some distance, but there'll also be some other changes to the landscape in concert with the road. At the moment, it's clearly agricultural land. So I think that's where our main differences lie. That Dr. Mealy is focusing on how we experience the assets in concert with the green, and I'm saying I think we need to consider the wider setting more in terms of the agricultural landscape setting to those assets and the conservation area.
Thank you.
Can I just say that I think you've got the wrong picture?
Oh dear.
Yeah, figure 3, which is your picture of Vine Cottages. Maybe you're a bit taken with the Union Jack flag hanging out, but that isn't actually Vine Cottages.
Is that the
right, aren't they?
Desi, isn't it? I think.
That's Vine Cottages.
No, I don't think it is.
3.
Hang on.
Figure 3?
Yeah,
I thought Vine Cottages, when I looked it up, was further to the east.
No, that's Vine Cottages, and it also.
Beg your pardon.
Sorry, I can't. I'm trying
And
to
it also has the low-level building next door to it. Is also Vine Cottages.
Yeah, to the one to the right.
It's all Vine Cottages.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just struggling to find my.
Okay, fair enough. Apologise then.
Don't tell the person flying the Union Jack.
So is the asset then those ones and the one further along?
They're all referred to.
Are they all listed? Okay.
Is it all one? Are you able to help with that? Is it all one? And Dr. Mealy, if you want to pitch in, please do.
Yeah,
it's all one.
I think it is all one. It's a strange. Yeah.
There was a picture somewhere.
Separate dwellings.
That's the other one. Was it in yours, Dr. Mealy? I'm not sure. Maybe it's in there.
What's the?
Is it in the appraisal? I wonder. Where's Rubbish and Green? Yeah.
The listing entry
it's-
says Vine Cottages 3, it says.
One of a
Um,
pair.
Um,
I think.
Sorry, carry on.
No, I think you are right, Mum, in that I think there's a tile hung elevation, which is to the right of the ones in the
yeah, there
photograph.
is. You see, they're non-designated assets, and there's the listed buildings. And looking at the conservation area plan,
Yeah.
on PDF
Yeah.
page 8, look as if the listed building is that big.
Yeah. Sorry, I think I can help.
Yes,
Yep.
please.
Sorry to interject.
Fine.
So I think it's correctly identified in the HIA for the
What's the
environmental statement.
Oh, right. What
If you want a reference,
document is that?
yes. Can we get the CD reference to that? Sorry, just give me a moment, madam.
Yep.
And then we can go from this picture, madam, back to the map, and I think confirm
That
what
should
you
be
just
that
said.
the environmental statement should be CD 9.2.11.
That's for the south. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
9.2.11.
Yeah.
Right, let's just go.
Yep.
Hang on a minute.
And,
Just wait a minute.
yeah, sorry, madam. It's a big document.
No, it's okay. It's just I haven't got it here. I've just got that.
It's this, isn't it? This is Vine Cottage. This is the listed building.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's confusing.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So
What
if you
page?
have it, madam, if
Yep.
you, internal page 72,
Righty-ho.
sorry, I'll speak into the mic, I beg your pardon.
72.
Internal page 72, and it's figure 5.62.
72.
Yes,
It's just to make sure everyone's got it, I think it's 9.2.111 rather than
Hang on a minute.
9.2.11.
Figure what? 5.6?
Have you got, just to check you got the right document,
I
madam?
don't know.
Yeah, it's 9.2.111.
Yes, I got that.
Sorry,
ES, part of the ES, yes?
that's it. Yep, sorry.
Yeah, so what page? Page. Oh, 74.
Yeah.
Right, hold on. 74. Yes.
Yeah. So you're correct. It is the wrong picture. Right.
That's what I saw.
But they're adjoining to the left.
But I don't think the ones to the left, your picture, I think, are they not non-designated assets? Thank you. Thank you. I knew I hadn't made that up. But yes, what you're saying is they're all called Vine Cottages.
Yeah.
So you're right
Thank
as well. You're all right, Pat.
Confusing.
All right, but this is the listed building, isn't it? There's tile hung.
Yeah, the tile hung building. Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Miss Owens, can I just check, when you've made your assessment, which building have you...
I was assessing the listed building.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that photograph's got there. Apologies. It's a bit misleading.
Thank you. You were explaining those listed buildings in the Rodmisham Green conservation area. You've explained what you perceive to be the gist of the difference between you and Dr. Mealy. Is there anything else to add? Otherwise, we'll go back to your summary and just finish up.
I don't think so. Yeah, I think it's as I say, I give perhaps more weight to the setting that's not to do with the relationship with the green.
Okay, so back to your summary. I think you've dealt with Glebe Cottage and Glebe House. Had you also dealt with Elizabeth Cottages and Ramblers now?
Well, no, I don't. No, had I? Yes, I think I might have done.
So
yeah, because that was the point about
exactly.
So
then Oakwood
changed.
So Oakwood Farm next.
Oakwood Farm is a non-designated heritage asset on the Kent Historic Environment Record number MKE 85325, draws its significance primarily from its age and architectural and artistic interest as a distinctive regional agricultural building typology. The setting of the NDHA makes a contribution to its significance. The former agricultural building is located close to Ruins Barn Road, which is a rural lane lined with hedgerow. There is agricultural land to the north, northeast and west of the asset, and a large grassed field or paddock directly to the south of the historic farmyard. The northern part of the former Beck's Wood, which is to the west of the asset, is now sparsely treed and has the appearance of pasture or meadowland. The Oast House is clearly visible in views when travelling south along Ruins Barn Road, and also in longer range views across open land from Broad Oak Road when looking southwest, and is a prominent and attractive feature in the landscape. Views from, towards and including the Oast House, which connect it to the agrarian landscape, reveal the historic function and architectural interest of the former agricultural building. Due to the contribution the rural landscape setting makes to the significance of the non-designated heritage asset and the urbanising effects of the development set out in my evidence, in my opinion, the proposal will represent a moderate level of harm to the significance of Oakwood Farm.
Thank you. And then you've got some concluding remarks. I'm not going to ask you...
Can I just ask a question about that? Sorry.
Of course, yeah.
Oakwood Farm, I was going to ask, Oakwood Farm is the Oast, but it's also, there's a dwelling as well, isn't there, the other side of the sort of farm?
Yeah, there is a dwelling.
And a modern garage.
Yes, I think the dwelling's been extended quite considerably.
Also part of the non-designated heritage asset?
My understanding is it's the Oast that's the asset, really. Because I think, I mean... I didn't pick this one up from the Historic Environment Record. That was identified by the ES. If I were going to be saying, if I was looking at things like criteria for local listing, I would probably say the house has changed quite considerably. The Oast has changed, but it's still quite easily identifiable.
Okay. But you think that the dwelling isn't part of the asset then? That would be my impression.
We can check it.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's very clearly defined anywhere what's represented there.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you've then got some summary remarks. 1.9 and 1.10 are about case law and legal approach. 1.7 is a summary and 1.8 is about mitigation. So could I ask you to just read 1.7 and 1.8 and then we'll conclude there. Thank you.
Yeah. So the significance of the listed and non-designated buildings considered in my evidence derives primarily from their age, architectural and artistic interest, and in some cases their evidential interest. The significance of the conservation areas derives from their special architectural or historic interest. In all cases, land within either the north or south site boundaries, and in the case of Grade 2 listed Radfield House and Railings, and non-designated Oast east of Radfield House, land within both site boundaries forms part of the setting of the heritage assets. The rural character of this land is assessed to contribute to the significance of the heritage assets and will be adversely impacted by attributes of the proposals. The harm to significance largely arises from the urbanising effects of proposed residential, mixed-use and commercial development and the associated new relief and access road infrastructure. Some mitigation has been incorporated into the design, primarily through the inclusion of landscape buffers and the stepping back of building heights within development plots. However, whilst this has provided a degree of separation between the heritage assets and the proposed developments, the developments will represent a fundamental change to land use and land cover, which will have detrimental effects on significance. The proposed landscaping buffers would not remove the harm to the heritage assets.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the evidence in chief. Thank you.
One more thing, please. I think, just a sec, I might as well ask you now because I was going to ask you later on anyway. It's about the Milstead Conservation Area, which you didn't deal with. I just wondered, yes, referred to by Dr. Doggett. Neither you nor I don't think Dr. Mealy I was going to ask him as well, actually, I think. So have you got any comments on that? What do you think about that?
I haven't. That, as my understanding is, that the ES scoped that out of consideration. So because my approach was to look at assets where they had identified an adverse impact on the ES methodology, as I said earlier, from negligible adverse upwards, I haven't taken an assessment forward.
So you wouldn't have any view on that?
I would tend to rely on the ES assessment, but I haven't carried out my own assessment because, as I understood it, it had been scoped out.
No, but I mean, the thing is that I obviously have to consider.
Yeah, I understand that.
You know, all affected assets, and it has been raised by Dr. Doggett. So, I mean, would it be possible for you to have a look at that and see whether you want to say anything about it?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't visited, and I would like to visit if I was going to do that. So it's just when the opportunity might arise.
Nice evening.
Yeah. Okay.
Hint, hint.
I have a car, so that's... I'm happy.
But no, I mean,
I'm happy to do that if it's
seriously,
helpful.
I mean, you know,
Yep.
you don't have to feel pressure on that, but I would be quite interested in what you think. And same with you, Dr. Mealy, if you wanted to. Okay.
Yes, of
Thank
course.
you.
Thank you. Might it be a decent... I think it probably would be, and then I think taking a step back and thinking about the timetable, I think it'll probably be a situation where we start this afternoon, obviously, and we go on as long as you'd like to, obviously, with Soanes, and then we'll pause and then resume in the morning. I think, yeah, and that's about right. So it won't be longer than that. I guarantee, cast iron guarantee.
Well, I hope my mere 15-20 minutes overrun will inspire my learned friend.
Yeah, it will. It's always inspiring example. So we'll start this afternoon, finish off in the morning, and then obviously move over to Dr. Doggett after that.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll have a break until 5 to 4 then, please.
And then broadly, what sort of we'll aim to finish at 5ish or 5ish? Okay,
Yeah.
we'll see where we go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we're not pressed for time. So.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. like to start your cross-examination?
Thank you very
Simon?
much,
Thank you.
Madam. Good afternoon, Ms. Soanes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Now, we agree on an awful lot. We agree on a lot more than we disagree on, as see the statements of common ground as to what the assets are in play and broadly what the sort of impacts are on their significance. So that helps. And I'm going to try and focus my questions in cross-examination on the key things that we don't agree on. I'll pick up on a couple of things we do agree on just to explain why we agree on them. But generally, I'll try and focus on the things that we don't fully agree on anyway. This afternoon, I'll ask you some questions about approach, about the overall approach, a lot of which I think we're all going to be agreeing on. But anyway, it's important to make sure that we're all singing from the same hymn sheet as to how we're going about doing this. If there's time, hopefully, this afternoon we'll get on to a couple of assets. The Tong Conservation Area in the north and indeed the Frognall assets, list of buildings. And I'll ask you about the Claxfield farmhouse as well. And then probably tomorrow, by the time we get into the south, I'll ask you about some in particular, Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area and the church, Bexon Court, and the other conservation areas down there. So that's the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So, first then, on questions of approach. I should just say, for the inspector's note, there's an awful lot on approach that is all set out in the Statement of Common Ground. On heritage, which we've got at core document 34.8, we don't need to go to it, but it's useful to have in the first 10 pages, which you've signed, obviously, Ms. Soanes. We go through the key topics of what significance means, what the key points from the case law are on things like setting and what the approach to what substantial harm or less than substantial harm is, all of that kind of thing.
Yes,
it's really just a note for the inspectors that all of those basics are all agreed. If we could just sort of expand on a couple of them for the inspector's note, just so, again, that we're all singing from the same hymn sheet. Starting point. What are we talking about? We're talking about, aren't we, when we're having this debate about the historic environment, we're talking about significance. That's the core concept around which the framework, and indeed the List of Buildings Act, turns. Isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And we see that if you've just got, just briefly, the framework itself, it's core document 16.1 at the MPPF.
Yes.
And in it, the heritage section is section 16 on page 59. It's the heritage chapter of... I'm sorry, it's 16.1 is the framework. The heritage chapter is on page 59, chapter 16. And if we turn on to page 60, there's the heading Proposals Affecting Heritage Assets.
Yes.
We see it, paragraph 207, in determining applications, local planning authorities should require an applicant to describe the significance of any heritage assets affected, including any contribution made by their setting.
Yes.
And obviously this is a theme that recurs over these paragraphs. Setting, of course, is relevant, as is made absolutely clear here and in other places as well. But setting is relevant to this exercise to the extent that it contributes to that significance. It's not an asset in itself, as we know.
No, that's correct.
Okay. It follows that changes to setting don't of themselves equal harm. It depends on the extent to which any change have a bearing on the asset's significance, whatever that asset might be.
Yes, that's correct.
And indeed, in the framework itself, at the same page, paragraph 210, we're told that in determining applications, local authorities should take account of A, B, and C. And A is about the desirability of sustaining and enhancing the significance, that word again, obviously, of heritage assets, putting them to viable uses. B is about positive contribution they can make. And C is about the desirability of new development, making positive contributions to local character and distinctiveness. Do you see?
Yes.
So we'll come on to more of this as we go, but the heritage chapter of the framework is not anti-change. It's about managing change so as to mitigate or accommodate the significance of assets so far as possible.
Yes, it is. Well, as you say, it provides a framework in which that can be considered.
As we know, on the next page, at the bottom of this page, it says considering potential impacts, and obviously these are familiar paragraphs. At paragraph 214. 213, I should just take this in stages. 213 is harm to or loss of significance requiring clear justification. And then there's a reference at 213 to substantial harm. And then at 214, where a proposed development will lead to substantial harm, authorities should refuse unless. And then there's a number of sub-paragraphs and policies that need to be considered under 214.
Yes.
So just to be clear, follows from everything you've said, obviously, we all agree that we are not in 214 territory because there won't be any substantial harm that arises to any assets as a consequence of consenting these applications.
That's correct. We've agreed that all harm expressed is less than substantial.
Yeah, and I'll ask you about that in a minute. Just to calibrate what we mean by substantial harm, then, we've got some of this in the Statement of Common Ground, but it's, I think, well-trodden stuff. There's PPG on it as well, obviously. We know, don't we, that the test of substantial harm that's not in play here is a high test, and which you agree, obviously.
Yes.
And one of the things to consider is whether or not any adverse effects, we can turn up the PPG if we need to, but let's just see if you agree it, seriously affect a key element of the asset's special architectural or historical interest. Are you familiar with that formulation?
Are you in PPG now?
Well, let's do it. Yeah, I am. So it's the PPG on the historic environment that I think is a core document. And I'm not sure what number it is, but
16.7. No. It's 16.4.
Lovely. And if you want to Google it yourself, you can do that too.
I've got this. 16.4, did you say? Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You tell me when you're there, Miss Soanes.
So you put it somewhere. Yeah. Sorry, I'm with you.
Thank you so much. Now, if you turn on to it's paragraph 18, but you obviously only find out that it's paragraph 18 once the paragraph's finished. Such is the way of this. So get to the end of 17, and that. Ooh.
12.
Thank you. I've not got it as a PDF, but thank you. The question is that introduces this bit of the policy. How can the possibility of harm to a heritage asset be assessed? That's the bit. I'll let you tell me when you're there, Miss Soanes.
Oh, sorry, I'm there.
Oh, thank you.
I beg your
Thank you very
pardon,
much.
sorry.
Now, again, all familiar stuff. What matters in assessing whether a proposal might cause harm is the impact on significance, which is something that derives from physical presence, but also from setting. We've been over all of that stuff. In the third subparagraph, it says within each category of harm, which category applies should be explicitly identified. The extent of harm may vary and should be clearly articulated, and it's trying to get to that's the direction that I'm heading in a minute when we start to work out where within categories we sit. Whether a proposal causes substantial harm will be a judgment for the decision maker, having regard to the circumstances of the case and the policy and the framework. In general terms, it's a high test. That was the first thing that I asked you to agree. So it might not arise in many cases, and obviously we agree it doesn't arise here. For example, in determining whether works to a listed building constitute substantial harm, an important consideration would be whether the adverse impact seriously affects a key element of its special architectural or historic interest. You see?
Yes.
And that's the kind of threshold, I appreciate that's given as an example for works to a listed building, but that's the kind of threshold that the framework has in mind for that very high bar.
Yes, and I would also point to the sentence at the end of that paragraph that the harm may arise
absolutely
from works to the asset or from development within its...
I was just about to get there. Yeah, I'm just taking... No, not at all. It's an important... Just taking one sentence at a time, so you're quite right to point to it. So we see where the threshold is set in the sentence that we've just been looking at. Then it says it's the degree of harm to the asset's significance rather than the scale of development that's to be assessed, which is obviously true, but we agree on that as well.
Yes.
So it's not about how big the scheme is or how small the scheme is. It's about impact on significance, on that core concept that runs through the framework.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally, just as you say, the harm may be from works to the asset, or it might arise from development within its setting. And so we've got we're going to think about setting impacts today and tomorrow. Okay, so if we just flip back to the framework itself, where we left off from the heritage chapter.
Yes.
We know, and we agree, so we left, I think, at paragraph 214 in the framework again, so sorry to jump. Of course, 16.1 is the framework, and we were on page 61. Have you got that, Miss Soanes?
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much. So we were on page 61. We know we're not in 214 territory, and we've seen how the PPG sort of benchmarks what that might mean, as it were. We also know that on the agreed case between us, we are in 215 territory, which is to say less than substantial harm, where a development proposal will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset. This should be weighed against the public benefits, including where appropriate, securing optimum viable use. 215.
Yes.
To state the obvious, but just to be absolutely clear about it, the bit where we decide whether 215 supports development or supports refusal will be a job for Mr. Daigan in the planning evidence.
That's correct.
Within this umbrella of less than substantial harm, quote unquote, which is this term that's used in 215 and elsewhere, as we know, there's a range of levels of harm that might include. And indeed, we've agreed a scale from haven't we, from very low through to medium or moderate up to high.
Yes.
All of those descriptors, all within the overall umbrella of less than substantial, but at different levels.
Yes.
And just to sort of cut a long story short, there's an awful lot of assets, obviously. But on that scale, there's only 3 assets. If I got this right, 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 actually. If you include both Frognall farmhouse and the barn, which you give anything more than medium to. So that you give medium to highs in respect of the Tongue Conservation Area,
yes.
The Rodmersham Church Conservation Area, Church Street Conservation Area,
yes,
and the 2
the
farmhouse and the barn, as I say.
Yes,
everything else for you is somewhere between, if there's any harm at all, obviously, it's somewhere between the very low to medium level.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll obviously ask you about those assets where you're higher today or tomorrow. I want to ask about what you mean when you give these qualifiers, these qualifiers of how much less than substantial harm there is on your case, because different witnesses, I think, perhaps approach these adjectives a bit differently. So I want to understand what you mean. So we know that the core of what we're about in this part of the framework is trying to consider the significance of assets and to what degree there'll be an impact on their significance.
Yes.
Through setting or through direct impacts, if there are direct impacts.
Yes, correct, yeah.
Okay. At the top end, at the very top end, not this case, but at the very top end, there's substantial harm. And we know that's not here, but in other cases, substantial harm where the courts talked about, described it as the idea of significance draining away, or as the PPG talks about, a serious effect on a key element of an asset's significance. It's something pretty mega.
Yes.
Okay. That's top, but that's outside the spectrum of less than substantial harm, because that is, I know this is obvious, but that is substantial harm. So that's on another, that's qualitatively different. It's a whole step up. Right at the bottom of the scale is no harm. So that's also off the scale of less than substantial harm, because there's no harm at all.
Yes.
There's a few of them, obviously, that Dr. Mealy identifies in his view. So we've got substantial harm off the scale at the top. We've got no harm off the scale, but at the bottom, and then everything else. So everything above no harm at all, but below substantial harm. That's all within this spectrum of less than substantial harm.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as we've agreed, you've adopted a scale that goes very low, medium or moderate, high in terms of degrees of less than substantial harm. Do those adjectives relate to the degree of significance that would be affected by the proposal?
Yes, I would say they do. It's about the contribution. In all of these cases, it's about the contribution of setting to significance.
Yeah.
And by using the GPA 3, the Historic England Guidance, sort of setting out, what are those attributes of setting, and how does the development affect those? I'm
with you. I think, and that answer was really important, because that's precisely why I've asked the question, try and dig into what you're getting at. There's a spectrum. Let's just take medium, just to take medium as an example, right? Mm-hmm. Or moderate, medium or moderate. Do we assume that when you use the word moderate harm, say moderate less than substantial harm, what that is to convey is there would be medium or moderate harm to the significance of the designated asset?
Yes, based on the contribution that setting makes in these cases.
Quite. So just to be clear, though, what you're assessing and what you're asking the inspector and the Secretary of State to assess is the extent of harm to significance via setting. When in a setting case like this.
Not harm to setting.
Not to setting in itself. And that was why I wanted to...
Setting
that was
isn't an asset, as you say.
Quite. So we're on the same page. So if we follow that through, very low, which is the bottom of your less than substantial harm scale, would mean that yes, there is harm to the significance of an asset, but it's not very much, relatively speaking. High, which is the top of your less than substantial scale, would indicate that there is a high level of harm to significance, not quite at substantial, obviously, or else it would be substantial harm, but it's some sort of step down from that.
Yes. And I think wherever I've used high, I've used a scale between medium. I think I've said moderate to high or middle to high.
You have. I just wanted to clarify that. There aren't any highs, are there?
Not straight.
No pure highs.
Pure highs. No.
Exactly. No pure highs. So there aren't any highs in this case. There aren't any substantials, nor are there any high level less than substantial harms on your analysis of the case. There are four medium to highs that we'll go over today or tomorrow, and then the rest are all either low to moderate or whatever. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I was going to say,
cut you off.
So we've talked, it's harm to significance.
Yeah.
But it's also, and that would include the ability to appreciate that significance,
Yeah.
which are both valid considerations.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you could say they're the same thing, but I think there's a slightly different emphasis on, well, I think they're two different things.
But in the end, we know, don't we, from the framework, and indeed the list of buildings out, that this go to the same thing, that what we are to judge are the extent of impacts on the significance of these assets.
Yes.
That's what we're here to do. And so it may be, just theoretically, forget about this case for a minute, it may be that there's a case where there's loads of impact on or harm to the particular setting of something, but that harm may not translate into impact to significance. It depends on what the asset is. It depends on what makes that asset important.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of trying to give it all a scale, quite a lot of these end up in the low to moderates or the moderate to highs or just in the medium. Do we, and this might be a bit crude, so you need to tell me if it is just too crude, and I'm trying to conceptualise it. If substantial is draining away, or very, very, very significant harm indeed, where you're really losing key aspects of what makes something important in the first place, no harm is nothing, obviously, as it says. Is moderate level, less than substantial harm to you a situation where a medium amount, something in the order of half-ish, of an asset's significance is affected?
No.
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 Thought it
I
would
don't
be too
do
crude.
it in...
All right. Tell me what's wrong with that formulation in your opinion, so that I can understand where you're coming from. Because an asset has a certain amount of significance, doesn't it?
I think if it were that easy to define, then there would be a defined scale which everybody could sign up to.
Fair enough.
And there isn't, and it is a matter of professional judgment.
Okay.
So no, I don't. I can't agree to that because it's not how I would approach it.
No, fair enough. I thought you might say that. I'm just trying and get under the fingernails, get under the skin a little bit of what these words moderate actually mean in the way that you use them, given that really that's all we're here to argue about now. Let me put it like this. Would it be possible for most of an asset's significance to remain untouched by a scheme, but it still to have suffer less than substantial harm to a moderate level?
It depends, because I think we're talking about the intrinsic interest of an asset, which, so let's take, let's consider something like St Paul's Cathedral. Nobody would argue that it doesn't have enormous intrinsic value, but its context and the way in which we experience it is very important. I struggle to think of an asset where setting doesn't play some part.
Yeah.
And there's certainly, I can't think of any assets in these cases, these particular cases where that is the case, because setting is the surroundings in which we experience that asset.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I may have strayed from your question.
Not at all. No, it's a very interesting answer. I'll try the question one more time. Just see, it's a bit of a muddle, but see if you can address it. Take a world where there's a scheme that comes along, it adversely impacts an asset and its significance, but most of the asset significance is untouched, is retained for whatever reason. Most of the significance stays, okay? In that world, could you describe that on your metric? Could you ever describe that as a moderate, less than substantial impact if most of the significance remains untouched? Or not?
Well, it depends where that significance is derived from, because as we've said, we've got the physical properties, its appearance, its physical makeup. But I struggle to separate setting from that in most cases, and in many of these cases, the assets that we're dealing with, the landscape and the agricultural and the agrarian landscape, particularly with assets like Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area, I would say they are intrinsic. that is an
Yeah.
intrinsic part of its interest.
Don't get me wrong. I know that really the key difference between us in this case, time and time again, is how important that wider agricultural landscape is to these particular assets. So we'll come to some of that. But if you can, just one more go.
Well, if setting makes a considerable contribution to significance or the ability to appreciate that significance, then yes, a building, much of its physical significance could be unaffected, but I do think there could be a moderate impact.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. So your position is that there will be circumstances where most of an asset's significance, for whatever reason, can be retained, but on your scale, that could still, depending on the asset, amount to a moderate level, less than substantial harm impact.
On the basis of the contribution setting makes to significance, yes.
All righty, thank you. That's just. So what does moderate mean then, in your view? When you use this, or medium, I think we're all using them interchangeably. When you say that something's suffering a medium level, less than substantial harm impact, what I'd assumed you'd meant, and I think I was wrong, so I need to work it out now, was somewhere in the middle between no harm, or bottom level, low level, less than substantial harm to significance, and top level, high level harm to significance, where almost all, but not quite all, of the significance is adversely affected or even drained away. I thought we were talking about something where we've essentially got impacts on, I keep saying half, I can't think of another way of saying it, somewhere in the middle of that notional scale. But it sounds like it's a bit more nuanced, and I want to understand what you mean when you say moderate.
Well, it's not low and it's not high. So yes, it is somewhere in that. As I say, it's a judgment. It's not a scientific scale, because we'd all be signing up to the defined scale that was set out in policy and guidance.
Okay.
It's more likely to be where I'm saying setting is a really important contributory factor to significance and the appreciation of that significance. I'm not sure I'm helping,
but what? I mean, wouldn't that only be so if setting was impacting on significance to at least a moderate degree? That's the point. You keep bringing these answers back to talking about setting, but I'm not asking you about setting at all.
You're talking about
I'm asking you about significance.
I'm only coming back to it because that's what we're talking about in all cases here.
All right. Well, let's see. Maybe it's not so helpful to keep banging it around in the abstract, which I'll ask you about it later on or in the morning in respect to the specific examples. But yeah, as you've said, and we've gone really right to the nub of what's between us. What's between us time after time is this debate about wider agricultural landscape and the extent to which that wider setting is contributing to the significance of these assets, and so that's what I need to ask you about. Yeah. But before we do, I've asked you a little bit about the framework and its approach to change. Change is also, the management of change is picked up on in the various good practice notes from historic England. There are just a couple of references to take you through, if that's all right. So the first one is called Document 19.2, which is GPA 1, or Advice Note 1.
Are we going to go back to the framework?
No.
Or the PPG?
Nope, don't think so.
Sorry, did you say 19.1?
19.2, sorry.
19.2, beg your pardon. Sorry, I'm just struggling. Whenever I open something, I don't know where it puts it.
Not at all.
So this is conservation area appraisal, designation and management. Just to check I've got the right one.
That's right. And in the introductory section on page 1, sets out what this guidance note is for, on how you appraise and how you designate and manage conservation areas in line with the framework and the PPG.
Yep.
Over the page on page 2, there's a paragraph 4 that tells us that change is inevitable, change is often beneficial, and this advice note, that follows, sets out ways to manage it in ways that conserve and enhance character of historic areas, and conservation areas can contribute to all of that.
Yes.
Historic England set out on a similar theme a view on change over time in their Good Practice Note 3, which is core document 19.4. And if you turn into that, that's the setting guidance.
Yep. Yes.
And if you turn into it's paginated page 4, PDF page 8.
Just check I've got the right one.
Not at all.
Yep.
Thank you. You should have, hopefully, on the left-hand column, paragraph 9, setting and the significance of heritage assets.
Yes.
And we're told, and we've been over this already, obviously, at paragraph 9, that setting isn't a heritage asset. Setting is not a heritage designation, although it may be designated. Its importance lies in what it contributes to the significance of the heritage asset, or this is your point, I think, earlier on, to the ability to appreciate that significance.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we're told the following paragraphs examine some more general considerations on setting and significance. And the first of those paragraphs underneath the box is headed Change Over Time.
Yes.
Settings, we're told, of heritage assets change over time. Understanding the history of change will help determine how further development within a setting is likely to affect the contribution made by setting to their significance. Settings of heritage assets which closely resemble the setting at the time the asset was constructed or formed are likely to contribute particularly strongly to significance. But settings which have changed may also themselves enhance significance. For instance, where townscape character has been shaped by cycles of change over the long term.
Mm-hmm.
Things change, settings around assets change, but change is not necessarily a bad thing. Change can actually contribute to what makes them special.
Yes, it can do, but it can be negative, as we know.
Of course. But we know, this is obviously general national guidance, but we'll zoom into Sittingbourne in a minute and Swale. But we know, don't we, even before we do the zooming in, we know that this is an area, this area that we're in right now, is an area where townscape character has indeed been shaped by cycles of change over the long term, over centuries.
Yes. Although we're not, well, yeah. I mean, I think we're talking more about landscape, aren't we, than townscape, but
yeah,
I know, I get your point.
Well, it's a bit of both, isn't it? Because we're talking about, certainly, the built-up edges of Sittingbourne, Stones Farm and all that kind of thing, and the way that it interacts with some of these assets that you've been talking about. But we're also talking, aren't we, about the history of the way that industry has evolved in this part of Kent. We're talking about the railway coming through, the A2, the way that's evolved, and the way that different generations of industry layer on top of one another across some of these assets.
Yes.
Okay. Change happens. It's inevitable, as Historic England say. It happens. It's often beneficial because often, as we can see, it actually has the effect of enhancing significance, where you're seeing these cycles of change informing the way that character evolves.
Yes. It can be.
We get a bit more detail, to zoom in from the national picture into Swale. We get a bit more detail about how this all works in Swale in something called Swale's Heritage Strategy, which is core document 9. You can put all these other ones away, I should say, as we go. Core document 19.8 is Swale's Heritage Strategy.
It's just opening, so
Not at all.
It's going to take a while.
Not at all.
Too many things open. Right, I've got that open now.
You've got it. Thank you so much. So you can see on the front page, this was a strategy that the council adopted in March of 2020.
Yes.
All right. We see on PDF page, and indeed real paginated page 7, just the executive summary to understand what it is.
Yep.
It is a strategy providing a framework for the designation, conservation, management, physical, economic regeneration of historic buildings and areas in Swale, including historic parks and gardens. Sets out some of the challenges at a higher level. We'll come on to what they are in a minute. Sets out a vision, sets out some priorities. The first of the priorities is to conserve and, where possible, enhance building structures and areas, etc.
Yes.
And the second's actually about growth, isn't it? It's to make use of the borough's heritage to help promote sustainable and inclusive growth, regeneration, social and economic well-being, etc.
Yeah, I think I can see that.
When it comes to what this is for, what the council thinks it's doing by adopting a heritage strategy, it tells us on page 14. Page 14 asks the question, why a heritage strategy? It's a philosophical quandary. A heritage strategy is needed to help the borough, we're told. It's on page 14. To protect, manage a historic environment in a sustainable and informed way, etc., etc. Mm-hmm. There's no, in the second paragraph, no specific legal requirement to do one, but they explain why they've done one. In the third paragraph, there's that word change again. It's important to recognise at the outset that this heritage strategy is not provided as a restraint on change, but one that seeks to ensure that change, insofar as it affects our heritage, is accommodated sensitively, such that the benefits our heritage provide aren't eroded at the expense of the wider public benefits it typically provides.
Yes.
This idea about the approach that we take to our built heritage not being a constraint on change, but the point being to manage and accommodate change so far as possible, is all completely consistent with the NPPF and the approach that we've looked at there.
Yes, it is. But the NPPF also talks about looking for opportunities to better reveal or enhance significance.
To be fair, I suspect this strategy does as well. So there's nothing inconsistent with this strategy in the NPPF from that point of view. It talks then about what the challenges that Swale has in achieving all of this are, from page 23.
Yeah.
Page 23, there's a heading, Are Big Heritage Issues and Some Possible Solutions, and then it lists a number of all sorts of different issues that we won't go through them all, but there's all kinds of stuff from, coastal erosion to agricultural operations, to vandalism to all sorts. It's worth noting one of them in passing because it foreshadows something that we're going to be coming back to later in the inquiry when you're probably not here with us anymore, I suspect. On page 28, do you see issue 11?
Yep.
Issue 11 talks about traffic, heavy traffic and air pollution in these conservation areas on principal roads. Notably, it sets out a couple of conservation areas on the A2 trunk road. Mm-hmm. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
It's obviously a matter for, we've got highways evidence, as you know, and air quality coming up. But let me put it like this then. As you've said, you're not here to give highways evidence. If and to the extent that our scheme has the effect of filtering traffic away from conservation areas and improving air quality, those are capable of being benefits to those conservation areas.
Yeah, if that's the case.
If that's the case, about which we have to ask others. But anyway, by the time they come, I won't get to ask you whether they're capable of being benefits. So that's why I've put it as an if question.
It's just, the obvious corollary to that is that putting a road through the conservation area will bring traffic through it rather than where it's currently adjacent. I'm
going to ask you about that one in potentially, if we can, even this afternoon. The story of the borough is set out in a section called Setting the Scene on page 32, and it's a long story. We're not going to do it all, but just pick up a couple of bits.
Sure.
It's on page 32 of the of this document.
Yeah.
It sets out a couple of priorities, and then at 3.2 it says the story of the borough, setting the scene.
Yep.
Talks about the formation of the borough, talks about the ancient trackway route in the third paragraph that became the A2, largely overlaying the route that was paved by the Romans. Talks about in the fourth or fifth final paragraph on this page, whilst the borough is home to many businesses, some of regional or even national stature, brackets Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey, form the southeasternmost parts of the Thames Gateway growth area set up under Tony Blair's Labour government. More of that later in the inquiry. The perception of the Swale area to many visitors today is of a lightly industrialised area heavily dominated by agriculture and horticultural activity. However, over the page, this belies the significant industrial activity that's taken place in the area over several hundred years and that has shaped the form and development of settlements in the area, along with key factors of the area's direct access to the Thames estuary and the coming of the railway in 1859. And it sets out some of the telltale signs that you can still see about all of that in the landscape at the moment. And it sets out right in the final paragraph of this page 33, we're told that the combination of Swale's industrial past interlocking with its farming and coastal fringe landscapes is arguably one of, if not the major factor that makes Swale's heritage unusual and special. Do you see?
Yeah.
And that's why I said, and I think we've agreed, to be fair, that this is an example. This is just an example of the sort of thing that Historic England had in mind in their GPA 3, where you've got settings that have, as they put it, where townscape character have been shaped by cycles of change over the long term. Here we have, in Swale, that exact situation where you've got different periods of industry, different periods of agriculture, different periods of industrial evolution and all the rest of it, interlocking together into these different landscapes, and that's what makes it special.
Right.
That's what's being said here.
That's what's being said, yeah.
And it's a fair. I mean, that's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, I have no reason to say otherwise.
So far from, we're going to get to the assets now, but far from change over time having been some sort of negative detractor in to the heritage assets. In Swale, change, many waves of change, including the Victorian changes through the railway and industrialisation, indeed changes in the 20th century too, those changes and the way they interlock has been absolutely critical to achieving Swale's heritage, to giving Swale's heritage the special and unusual qualities that it has.
Okay.
I mean, you agree?
Yeah, yes, I, as I say, I have no reason to disagree.
Okay.
I think it's quite hard to talk about it in at a sort of
in
macro,
an abstract level.
Macro abstract
level. Let's then see if we've got time before to give an example as to how all of these layers of history interact in a way that contributes to, or interlock, I should say, in a way that makes this heritage special. And I think there's no better example than the Tongue Conservation Area. So that's what I want to start with. Mm-hmm. The Tongue Conservation Area. Now, just to start at the very beginning, we know where it is. I'll just look at a map in a minute. But just to be clear, so the inspector's clear on what the scope of the debate is on the Tongue Conservation Area. The scope of the debate is between, we're all under less than substantial harm, we're at medium, and you're at medium high.
medium to high. Yeah.
Sorry. Is there a... Yeah, fine. Medium to high is what I meant to say. Medium to
like
high.
Subdividing high.
So,
but
no,
yes,
not at
it's
all.
in
Not.
that-
I see what you mean.
In
So
that
it's
part of the spectrum between
fair enough.
medium and high.
So that's the nature of that's the compass of the debate between us. And in order to understand, I'm wondering whether or not the plans that were submitted this morning that show the road running through the area, I don't think you've not got a copy of them, have you? But we could have a look at the planet. Let's see, core document 100.12. They're all inquiry documents. Right, okay, right.
Oh, yeah.
That would be better. Sorry, in that case, I'm going to use that. Let me just find it. It's the one that the one this morning that overlaid all of the different designations on top of one another.
Is it? I've just left mine in my room, but I can go and get it if it's...
Let's see.
Might be easier to see. 'Cause it's
It would be quite good
Can you
to
just bear with
see.
me? I'll just
Sure.
quickly go and get it.
What? Oh, I see. I think.
I don't know if
I'm not sure the one I'm talking about. I'm not sure is a core document, but anyway, it's. Yeah, we better use it then.
Can I just
can
ask you the...
Can it be given to? Yeah, that one
Oh,
exactly.
it's that. Oh, I've not opened that.
But is the note a core document? That's what I'm saying. We're correcting it, but just for the purposes of this, it's fine. Could it be given to the witness, or I can give her my one? Doesn't matter. I mean,
I'm happy to open it. I didn't open the right thing, I don't think.
Document 1.
yeah, just for orientation. I'm not going to ask you anything about the gap policy because that bit on this plan's being corrected, but it's really just to orient ourselves as to where we are. So, we can see the alignment of the Northern Relief Road in blue. Obviously, you can see that. Miss Soames?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. No,
Yeah,
just to check.
I know I need to ignore.
Don't worry,
Sorry,
we're
I'm
looking at the same
concentrating.
thing. And you can see, can't you, a couple of things overlain on the same plan. Hopefully you can pick out. The conservation area boundary is in a lighter blue colour.
Right, yep.
Can you see that
Yep.
picked out? Have you got that?
I can see a light blue dotted
And
boundary, yep.
a wider area of land in black is it's the AS1 area of search for the Northern Relief Road.
Yes.
You can see where the Northern Relief Road ends up connecting as we were looking at this. Oh yeah, I'm sure you weren't paying too much attention, I suspect, to this bit of the inquiry, but it was in the north to the northwest, where the Northern Relief Road connects to the existing road that's there at the moment.
Yes.
And then it passes in between the existing edge of Sittingbourne on the left of this plan, with the new scheme that we were talking about earlier today that was allowed on appeal, which is marked in purplish sort of check. Do you see? It's got it's in the key, consented development. And then it's got the appeal decision reference number.
Yes.
And then the road passes south over the railway, and then ends up finally coming. It bifurcates, doesn't it? But the longer stretch of it runs in a easterly direction through the conservation area, and then ultimately meets the A2.
Yes.
Okay. So, just to first state what might be obvious, but we'll just state it anyway. If there's going to be a Northern Relief Road, it's going to come through the the Tong Conservation Area.
Yes.
So there's no way round it, just because I mean it's not I was going to say it's not a criticism. Obviously, it's not a criticism. It doesn't sound like one, but it's just a fact. I mean, it's a geographical certainty. If there's obviously there might not be a Northern Relief Road, but if there is to be a Northern Relief Road, it's got to somewhere. It's coming through that conservation area.
Yes. Well, that's obviously been evaluated. Because the search area is quite a bit larger, isn't it? But
it is. But
I don't know the history. Of
fair enough.
Why the relief road has to go through the conservation area, but I'm sure that's been well rehearsed elsewhere.
Okay. I'll come back to why the route is there where it is with Mr. Wild. Obviously, you're not the right witness for that. But you can see what I can see, which is that if there is to be a road that passes south of the railway in this east-west, direction, somewhere or other it will go, just because of the way that the stream is, that the conservation area has been drawn. I think it's been extended to encompass the stream. That it goes all the way from the back gardens of those buildings on the A2 all the way up to the railway.
Yep.
It all falls within the conservation area.
Yeah.
So if the road's to pass south of the railway at this point anywhere, it will inevitably come through the conservation area, won't it?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a question for the planners, I suppose, as to what that means, but that's just a starting point. Now we can see even from this plan, which is pretty high level, obviously, but we can see, can't we, in the north of the conservation area, that there is that collection of buildings, listed buildings and non-listed buildings, the castle, the mill pond and all of that stuff, all towards the north of the conservation area.
Yes.
A cluster, Dr. Mealy calls it a cluster, a cluster of features, several of which are listed, all towards the top.
Yep.
And we see, I don't know whether it's possible for you to keep that out, and I'll just turn to, if you could turn to Dr. Mealy's evidence at the same time, and turn in Dr. Mealy's evidence to page 42, if you've got that handy.
Yes. I have that.
Let me just get it. We see, just find the right image. In fact, he starts talking about the Tongue Conservation Area on page 42 and sets out the map. But just if you have a look at the photos on page that are on page 46.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Those photos, all three actually in different ways, but those photos give a few different angles on this cluster that the inspector, I think, has walked through already. You can see figures 4.9, 10 and 11.
Yes.
And we're getting, aren't we, a flavour for these sort of interlocking layers of history, all in the same view, all in the same experience as you walk through the Tongue Conservation Area, or this cluster in the north. Because you've got the old mill.
Yep.
And then you've got on the other side of the road the new mill, the old mill, 18th century, the new mill, mid 19th century steam mill with the big chimney.
Yes.
Two different mills, obviously, but not separated in time, but also separated by way of technology.
Yeah,
so
sort of tracks the evolution of technology there. Yeah.
Exactly, that's precisely so. And then a whole new layer to that technological evolution comes when the railway inserts itself into play immediately to the north of these buildings, to the northern edge of the conservation area, in the 19th century.
Yes.
And when you're there, as the inspector's been there already, but you're aware of the trains, aren't you?
I personally didn't see any, but and I've been a couple of times. But yeah, I'm not doubting that when they're running, you're aware of them.
So when you're in this northern cluster of the mill pond, the mills themselves, the older one and the newer one, and indeed the castle, that you might not be aware of its significance unless you're an expert looking at maps, but in any event, the castle's a whole other layer of history, obviously. You're experiencing within this cluster these interlocking threads of different parts of history all playing out before your eyes, as it were.
Yes.
This is the kind of interlocking strands of history that Swale have in mind when they're writing their heritage strategy. It's all happening, as an example, in the Tong Conservation Area.
Okay.
The Conservation Area appraisal talks about, unsurprisingly, talks about just this sort of thing. If you take out the appraisal, it's at core document 19.11. You can put aside Dr. Mealy's for one moment, but keep it handy if you can.
Yep.
The Conservation Area appraisal for Tong. Good question. Page 23.
Yes. 23.
Page 23. You've looked at bits of this, I think, in your evidence in chief, but this is the ultimate sort of character appraisal in the section of the document, which itself is called a Character Appraisal and Management Plan. Page 23, section 4.
Yes.
We're told. Have you got that, madam?
It's PDF.
It's PDF 24. Sorry, PDF 24. Oh. Yeah, summary, exactly. It should say Tong comprises a small. Tong comprises a small but fascinating cluster, as that word, of buildings set around an attractive mill pond. It talks about the stream in the next paragraph, and the stream head, and its association with Thomas Becket that you've talked about.
Yep.
The buildings now present in Tong, this is the fourth paragraph, include rare and attractive examples of Kentish vernacular industrial architecture, which nicely illustrate the use of locally sourced materials, brick, tile, weatherboarding, and Welsh slate. Also recorded in these structures is the historically important change from water to steam power.
Yep.
And we're told that the pond and the stream, within a relatively self-contained area of landscape, public access afforded continues to contribute to its appeal as a local amenity, although this is informal in nature. The area's long-standing history, springhead steam, unspoilt rural land to the east, and grouping of Kentish buildings in a picturesque situation alongside an attractive mill pond together results in an area of special architectural, archaeological and historic interest. That's what's happening.
Yes. Yep.
And the summary of why it's significant is set out on page 7 in the table. This is the ultimate assessment of significance, ultimate in the sense of where it all goes.
Yep.
It's
a
PDF 8, sorry. PDF 8, I should have said. Section 2, 2.1, summary of significance. And then there are 9 bullet points that summarise the key matters of significance and special interest that justify the designation of the conservation area.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be fair to see, well, just going through them, the castle, archaeological potential, the spring and the stream, that's the third.
Yep.
The legends of these different folks, the spring, the mills, the history of milling, the stream and the mill pond, the relationship to the castle and the mills, and an area of informal recreation and varied natural habitat to the south of the mill pond.
Yep.
It would be fair to say, wouldn't it, that most of what makes this conservation area special is happening in and around the cluster to the north?
If you're sort of talking about it in terms of physical things, yes, but I think it's pretty clear the emphasis that is placed on the spring and the stream and the mill pond. So if you're saying that the buildings show us the technological evolution of of that milling industry, the very fact that that settlement is there derives from the stream, which then drove the milling activity. So, to me, they are probably just as important, if not, well, no, just as important.
So your, and obviously we'll ask Dr. Mealy tomorrow what he thinks about this, but your take for the inspector to remember when she goes on site again, if she's been already, no doubt, when she gets to Tong and the conservation area, she will remember, will she, that your evidence is that the stream is of equivalent significance when it comes to contributions to the conservation area's significance as the cluster of buildings, the mill pond and the castle, and all the stuff that's up in the north.
It's the reason why they're there. So I don't think
that.
you can. I don't think you can separate the two, and the fact that they're included in the designated area, I think speaks of that story. Because if somebody had said, "Oh, well, we're just going to designate the conservation area where it concerns the buildings," that's a different story, isn't it? That's telling a different story. Designation of the whole area gives you the whole story. So I do think they are of equivalence in that they talk to each other. They are symbiotic or interrelated.
So on your approach that you've just described, trying to identify those parts of the Tong conservation area that are more important than others wouldn't be an appropriate way of going about it, because it's all of equal or equivalence, as you say, in that it tells an overall story together.
Yeah, I think so.
Is that right?
That we are only given certain ways of recognising importance. We can list the buildings and we can designate the conservation areas. So each one taken in isolation out of context is different to them being considered as a whole. So I'm evaluating the impact of the proposal on the conservation area and its setting.
Yeah, you are. And by so doing, what we've got to do, haven't we, is work out to what degree the direct impacts through it will impact on its significance.
Yeah.
And so part of doing that is to try and help the inspector by working out to what degree, if at all, those things that make it significant and important will remain intact or unaffected with the road in place.
Well, with the road in place, the only thing that won't remain visually intact and untouched is the stream and the spring.
Yeah, that's right. Because... That's right.
I think we've rehearsed it. I think I've talked earlier about the severing. It's that other thing about considering these things as intrinsic and inherent in and of themselves.
Yeah.
I think focusing in, and I think I can't quote you cases, but I think there has been a temptation in some appeals to focus on very small areas of conservation areas, and sort of try and say, well, what proportion of the conservation area does this represent? And my understanding is that approach is not really supported.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not going off down that line. What I'm trying to do is to work out together which components of this multi-component conservation area are contributing to its significance, where those are found, and what sort of levels of contribution those are making.
But we can't really separate those.
That's your position, yes. That's, I think,
we can't really separate the mill buildings from the stream and the spring.
Your position, that I'll obviously ask Dr. Mealy about, is that we just can't. It can't be done because they're all of equivalence for the reasons that you've explained. But if we turn up Dr. Mealy's page 8, Dr. Mealy's proof at page 80, just to get a flavour as to what's actually happening here.
Sorry, I'm just trying.
Not at all. Take your time.
Yeah, page 80.
Have you got that one?
Yeah.
There's a figure 7.2.
Yes.
And obviously, that just to state the obvious, but the letter A, it represents that, and that darker boundary is the conservation area boundary.
Yep.
And we can see the illustrative road coming through along the alignment that's fixed by the parameters plan to the south of the letter A.
Yes.
And we can make out that part where it crosses the conservation area.
Yep.
Yeah?
Mhm.
So just to sort of give the inspector a flavour for what this experience actually is going to look like, when you're standing up around number 11, or indeed number 12, up at the old mill or the new mill, or up around the pond itself.
Yes.
You are, aren't you, separated from where the road is going to be by a number of different things. So the first thing is you're separated from it by an orchard.
Yep.
That's where the letter A is.
Yes.
The next thing beyond the orchard is a row of trees, and the row of trees that the inspector will see on site is, I think, coterminous with that. Underneath the letter A, you see the boundary of the conservation area that runs east-west to the south of the letter A.
Mm-hmm.
That is where that's the boundary of the conservation area. That's also where the trees are.
Okay.
Do you know the row of trees I'm talking about?
I think so, yeah.
Those are the ones that... So when you're standing immediately to the, say, south of the boundary of the conservation area, towards where the road is going to come through, you have between you and the core of the conservation area, where you've got the mill pond and all the buildings, you've got a row of trees and an orchard and some considerable distance.
Yes.
You might know it's there, but it depends on the time of year and how much leaves are on the trees. You might be able to see through, you might see the top of the chimney or something. If there's not many leaves on the trees, Inspector will form her own view when she does her walk. But there's a considerable separation between the bit to the south of where that conservation area boundary is and the 11 and 12 area, if you like, which is right in the heart of things to the north.
Yeah. But we're not only concerned with intervisibility. But in assessing this, we're not only concerned with intervisibility.
No. I'm not suggesting it's just about visibility. I'm just trying to build a picture.
I mean, I agree. The northern cluster is visually separated from the southern part by planting. I don't disagree with that.
It has a certain intimacy, doesn't it, the northern cluster, when you're standing there on the edge of the mill pond and you can see there's the modern mid-20th century house, but then there's also the listed buildings, the mill. You can see the chimney, the water, the mill pond itself. There is an intimacy from planting and indeed from built form.
Yeah, and probably topography slightly as well.
Yeah, and from topography slightly as well. So you do feel, don't you, not just visually, but in terms of the other senses, you feel a world away from that core, the cluster, when you're down south of the boundary, south of the letter A, near where the road's coming through.
I wouldn't say a world away, because
what would you say?
Well, you're kind of on the approach, aren't you, to the buildings? So
you can't see them. I mean, you might know they're on the approach if you've been there before, but you're in a considerably different environment.
Well, it's just a progression, isn't it, of landscape into mill pot, so stream, mill pond. I
mean, by that point,
it's planting of an open area.
When you're standing down there, and by down there I mean to the south of where the conservation area boundary runs beneath the letter A on this map, you're not able at all to appreciate the vast majority of the thing, or anything really, that makes the conservation area special in terms of its special historical or architectural interest. You can't see the buildings, the way they interrelate, the mill pond, the railway. You can't see the stream, obviously. You can't see anything. You're not aware. You might see the top of the chimney. It depends on the plants, on the leaves on the trees or whatever. But you're not at this point able really to appreciate what makes this area special.
Well, no. I mean, it depends. It depends where you've come from as well. If you've walked along by the stream at different times of year, you can go on that journey. and you can take different ways through the conservation area to reach the built cluster.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's quite as straightforward as saying, well, you can't see it, so you don't know what's there.
But several things that you can see when you're standing in that sort of part of the area. You can see those enormous industrial agricultural sheds to your east. They're actually shown on this plan, but you can't miss them when you're on the site, can't you?
You can see them,
And
yeah.
nowadays, not the time when the appraisal was written, you can also see the edges of Stones Farm in the other direction,
Yeah.
can't you? So you can't see any of that stuff when you're up by the mill pond in the core of the conservation area. But when you get down south of the boundary, out where we're talking about now, you're aware, aren't you, of this process of change, it's major industrial intrusions into the landscape.
Yes, you are aware of them. I just struggle to see how the addition of a road will enhance that position. Because this is this whole concept of cumulative change.
Yeah.
I
But
see what you're saying, but I also, we have to consider what we're actually proposing to do
of
here.
course. And
And
just
that,
to be,
that conservation area could be enhanced without putting the road through it. So
yeah.
there would be, there are other ways of planting it and revealing the stream more by clearing the vegetation and that sort of thing.
You said that in your chief, but no one's suggesting that, are they?
No.
That's not part of this scheme. It's not as if there's someone who's in the background who's going to do all this enhancement work for us that we don't know about.
But it's quite a big price to pay for new interpretation.
No one's suggesting that would be the price to pay. And also no one's suggesting that overall the road leads to an enhancement of the conservation area. The point, because we've accepted medium, less than substantial harm. But the point, though, is that we all know that this road's got to come, if the road's going to happen at all. Obviously, if the road doesn't happen at all, then it doesn't happen at all, and then nothing changes. And that's that. If the road is going to happen, it's got to go somewhere. It would be better, wouldn't it? Let's just sort of call a spade a spade. It'd be better for the road to be not close to, or no closer to, the historic core of the conservation area.
Yeah.
So I by that I mean the northern cluster around the 11 and 12 on this plan. So that's, you wouldn't want the road going there, would you?
No, I mean, I say I'm sure there are very good reasons why it has to go here, but that doesn't negate harm. So that's a totally different evaluation, isn't it?
I'm not suggesting it negates harm. I'm trying to assess, and we agree there's harm. It's about
how much.
Yep. And just, to try and call a spade, the road coming through this bit of the conservation area where it does, it has no impact, does it, on the architectural interest of the conservation area at all?
No.
In terms of, to the extent that, if I could put it like this, the conservation area's significance derives from its buildings and the way that in the north and the way those buildings sort of interact and the layers of history and all of that stuff. All of those components are unaffected by our scheme.
Yes, in terms of a direct impact, yeah.
Yeah.
But the story, as I've said before, the story is that they're only there because of the assets that, the part of the conservation area that is affected.
Mm-hmm.
So
all of the significance that derives from the castle and its remains, and to the extent it can be understood, the experience around the mill pond, the buildings that surround the mill pond, that experience of standing on the edge of the mill pond and seeing it all together with the train line running through, all of that is completely unaffected by our scheme, being as it will crossing the area as it will, considerably to the south of all of that stuff.
Yeah, when you're in the conservation area, agree.
And put another way, I appreciate this isn't the way that you think is important to put it, but it's right, isn't it? I think we agree that this is an area that if our road was put in as proposed, it'd still be worthy of designation as a conservation area. I would add, obviously would, but I mean, it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be.
It obviously would, and I appreciate, as I say, you say that's not the test, and fair enough.
No, but also we have designated it.
No, I know, no, but that's not the point. The point is the reason that we agree, isn't this right? I think it's right. You tell me. I think the reason that we agree that it would still obviously warrant designation as a conservation area, even with this road running through, and it is obvious, isn't it, that it still would, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, it's whether you would only designate the built area, because if the road has kind of severed the stream and severed the mill pond from the stream and severed the mill pond from the stream in the spring, the boundary of the conservation area may possibly be different.
But why? I mean, the
it
stream's
shouldn't.
still there, and it's still got all of the historical associations that you're talking about in terms of the wider story of feeding the pond that feeds the mill that feeds the industry.
But you were talking about a road, though, which I can't fully envisage it in my mind's eye, but it's not a single track lane of rural character. It's going to be a 2-lane highway, as far as I understand it.
The reason that overall, we don't accept, it doesn't matter really, that you'd have to redraw the boundaries, but whatever. The reason that there'd still be a Tong conservation area that would encompass, at the very least, the historic core, if not the stream, of what's included at the moment. The reason is because this is a question. No. This has got a. That's sometimes how it goes. I'm putting propositions. They've got implied question marks at the end of them. Well, isn't it right that the reason why? The reason, isn't it right? Don't you think that the reason why it's obvious that you'd still have a Tong conservation area with the road in place is because most of the things that give rise to the designation are still going to be there, unaffected.
They'll still be there. I wouldn't say they're all unaffected, because the stream's not unaffected by having a road over.
I didn't say the stream would be unaffected. I've set the roads going over the stream. So all of that, that's why we're at medium, as you know.
Yep.
But you're at medium high, and I'm trying to understand that extra step up in the direction of saying, medium high is a very substantial, no, I don't mean that technically. It's a very significant impact on the heritage significance of this conservation area. But we know that even with our road passing through it, all of us agree there's more than enough there, particularly in the northern cluster, that would continue to warrant designation as a conservation area.
Yeah.
We know that this is a conservation area that actually derives part of its significance from this perpetual process of change and evolution.
Yes.
Sorry, go on.
But are we saying that putting a road through it is a part of that evolution? Because what will that do for the conservation area and its significance?
We know what we think, but obviously you've said what you think. We've given evidence on that for tomorrow.
I know I shouldn't be asking you questions.
Change, we know, don't we, that change in this conservation area is going to happen if the road's to be delivered, as we've been over. And you don't, I'm not saying you should have done, but just to be clear, you're not saying that this level of impact would be lesser if you put the road in a different bit.
If it was totally outside of the conservation area, then yes, of course.
No, what I meant by a different bit is, assuming that we have to cross the conservation area somewhere, you're not saying if you put it to the north or to the south or wherever in particular, that would be better than where we are.
No, I can't say that, because there would be knock-on effects if it went further south. There'd be more impacts on the assets on the London Road. So
when you say medium to high heritage significance as your overall judgment on this conservation area caused by the road, I don't think you mean, but you tell me, this is why I wanted to try and fix what your terminology means earlier on. You're not suggesting, are you, that most of the significance of this conservation area will be lost?
No, that's not That's not what I'm saying.
So I think actually some of the levels of disagreement between us might just come down, as I've suspected, to a difference in in terminology and approach.
I think I just wanted to express that it's higher than medium.
Yeah.
And that, in my mind, is because you've got a direct impact, which is quite considerable, and also setting impact. So
yeah. I appreciate that. I do appreciate your position.
Again, there's no scientific equation that says add this to this and you get this. But
it's honestly not a criticism. I was just trying to understand. So it's not your position that most of the things that make it significant are lost. In fact, that's because we agree, don't we, that most of the significance of this asset will actually remain post-road. Even though I know you say there's going to be harm, we accept there's going to be harm, but in terms of how much significance will reside in the asset that's there at the moment, post-road, not all, obviously, but most will remain.
Much of it will remain, and it's the ability to appreciate it in terms of that relationship, as I keep saying about the spring, stream, pond. I put perhaps slightly more importance on
what? Sorry.
On its contribution to significance.
On the stream, you mean? So I missed what you used.
On that relationship of spring, stream, mill, pond, mills.
Yes.
The story.
She puts more weight on the significance of the stream and the interruption to the scheme on significance than Dr. Mealy does.
Exactly, and I think that is the key difference between you and Dr. Mealy when it comes to Tong. But we agree in the end that you say much of. Would it be fair to agree, really, most of the things that make this conservation area worthy of designation, its significance?
They're not directly impacted by physical change, but I find it hard to separate the story and the reason for designation and the drawing of the boundary from that. That's, I think, conceptually very important.
Okay. It's right, isn't it, that in the end, the features that justify designation, putting this slightly differently, can all still be appreciated post our scheme?
Yes, in one way or another, yeah.
All right.
Can you just repeat that?
Sure. All of the features that justify the designation can all be, I said, appreciated. And then the answer was in one way or another.
Do you mean the physical features, the buildings, in other words? You're not talking about the spring?
Well, I suppose that, it's a fair point. I mean, the spring, to the extent it can be appreciated. I wasn't able myself when I did my site visit to actually access the spring.
I mean, you can
I'm
see
a bit
it from
hazy as to what
you can see it from the footpath. You can see it from the land. It's just where the stream terminates or originates, whichever way you want to.
So, I mean, to the extent, put it this way, to the extent you can perceive it at the moment, yes, there'll be a road going over it, but all of the things can all be perceived. Yeah,
I mean, but we're talking about this road like it's a sort of one-track rural lane. But my understanding is it's a reasonable piece of infrastructure with lots of planting around it. So, I think.
Just to be clear, though, you understand, don't you, though you're not a planning witness or a highways witness, that this road's actually something that the council's quite interested in achieving.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it designated a search area, and this is where the road has landed. But as I say, I don't know the story exactly behind that.
Thank you very much indeed, Miss Soanes. And that was all I had on the Tongue conservation area. So, be an obvious breaking point if that worked.
Good. Thank you. Okay, right, well, we will now have a break until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yes. Sorry? Well, that was the one that Dr. Doggett said, wasn't it? Milstead.
Milstead is one that's south of Hampshire.
It was, yeah, it was Milstead.
Milstead is in Doctor, I don't know, is it Dr. Doggett?
It's more, it's definitely more.
He does say Milstead.
Or we could ask. Why don't we ask? Eh? Yes, yeah, carry on. It is, yes, Milstead, but it's north of the M2, I think. Isn't it? Oh, yeah, no, it is south, that's right, yeah, because I looked it up. Yeah, it is south. Yes. Yes.
It would be a lovely evening for it if you've got time.
It's not so sunny now, though.